All right. Welcome back to all the shifters out there, all the light guardians, all the AI and conscious robots who might be tuning into this. This is Brendan, aka Skull Babylon, aka Mystic Spider-Man, aka Wolf Shield, welcoming you to another very exciting, educational, and inspirational live broadcast here through ParadigmShiftCentral.com, a real-world interactive game to be able to help assist with the shift in consciousness. And so tonight's topic that we have for another episode, another broadcast of Destiny School is on the topic of AI and future technologies. So this is a very, very exciting topic, and we'll give you a little bit of an idea as to like what to be able to expect from this broadcast. Of course, with every broadcast that we do here, this is within the context of helping build a global team of shifters, of people helping assist with the shift in consciousness by creating physical paradigm shift communities, by sparking conversations, by working on their own self-mastery, by expanding their minds, and by being able to support each other as a community and as a team. So for those of you who are tuned in on the YouTube, if you guys want to drop some 1111s in the chat, make sure that you guys can hear me okay. Tam, I can already see it in there. Thank you so much. And of course, please feel free to share this broadcast as we get into it. And in terms of what to be able to expect from this broadcast, this is a very, very exciting topic. Obviously, like, this is going to really get dabbling into where the lines between man and machine tend to blur, the concepts of like, can AI have a soul? What is a soul? What defines a soul? And plenty of other things. Before we even do that, before I even give you guys the full run through on what to be able to expect, I just want to give a huge shout out to the other shifters who are joining me here in the broadcast right now as we speak here in the Google Hangouts. And I'm just going to unmute your guys' microphones real quick. And so for all of the other shifters here in the Hangout with me, please feel free to make some noise and send some love out there to all of the shifters tuned into this. So guys, go ahead, make some noise. Nothing too crazy. Send out some love.
How's it going, everyone?
Awesome.
What's up?
We got beeps and boops all up in here, so thank you guys so much for joining me and for being here as part of the community to, again, essentially be able to practice having these discussions. That's been a big theme within this community. For people who may not get a chance to really talk about these types of things with other human beings, this is a place for us to be able to have those discussions, and as consciousness itself, to really be able to show up, to be able to see like where we're at, to be able to get some ideas that are going to help us see some of the bigger picture. So anything that we're talking about here, let you as the user, as the listener, as a community member, be able to download this inspiration, download this information, so that maybe you're going to get some paradigm shifting ideas throughout this broadcast. Simply by watching this, you're going to be leveling up, and then you can expand this into your everyday life. You can have deeper conversations with the people that you can talk to them about this topic, and of course much more. So other things that I'll just mention real quick, not even going to spend too much time on it, but of course a huge shout out to the people supporting the broadcast by contributing to the team Patreon. The Patreon is a monthly micro donation to be able to help support the ongoing work that goes into this project. And of course, when you sign up, you get your Light Guardian crystal as well as part of your shifter booster kit, which comes with the shift buttons, which have the Paradigm Shift Central website on the rim. So you use these as tools. I got lots of different designs. You link them, you give them to people that links them into the Paradigm Shift Central community project. They are tools to be able to help assist you with building conscious community where you are and hacking the matrix with love. So lots of awesome stuff. Monthly micro donation, just $3 to $10 is asked, and you can click the little button up in the top right hand corner of your screen here on YouTube at any time to be able to contribute your donations. And of course, that supports the ongoing broadcast, the community, the value that we're providing, and it supports the ongoing work that I do, which is, again, like my full-time devotion. So thank you guys for showing up and for contributing in any form. And there's a lot of different ways to be able to help support the project that we got going on here. So what I want to be able to do as we shift into this topic, getting ourselves, again, within the context, why are we having this discussion? Destiny School is a broadcast that we do once a month, and it's the last week of every month, just so you're aware, so you can expect what is coming ahead. Every time that we do a broadcast through Destiny School, it's about a very particular topic, about a topic that, from my point of view as a facilitator, is pivotal to our destiny. You know, what is our destiny? Our destiny is our future. Our future is our potential. And so we've had discussions in the past related to mindfulness, related to health and diet, related to sacred geometry, related to plenty of things. The last one we did was related to like Sasquatch and paranormal stuff. And now we're making this big shift into the topic of AI and future technology. And just to give you a little bit of a heads up, just so you can kind of look forward to something and even see how the conversation here is actually going to kind of branch into what's coming in the future. The next Destiny School that we'll have, which will be at the end of December, will be on the topic of psychedelics. So we'll figure out like a fancy title for that, like psychedelics and conscious expansion or something like that. But within the context of what it is that we're doing here, you know, we're having these discussions so that we can, again, start sharing our perspectives, start seeing more of the bigger picture, start thinking about things in a little bit of a different way. By the time people are done with this broadcast, I want you to be able to have the idea of AI as something that is a part of your, like, which is in the forefront of your perception of the world, because it is at the point now where we are almost in 2020, which is crazy to think about, right? Like, it seemed like just yesterday that it was 2012. And so AI is going to be playing a huge part within the future of our reality. So we're going to be talking about like what that may look like, what it already looks like, and then again, also begin to really dive deep into the metaphysical aspects, just taking some time to be able to philosophize how the discussion of AI essentially helps us understand ourselves. And so some of the discussion topics that I want to be able to get into tonight, you would have seen me posting about this earlier, and we'll be reading some comments off the Instagram, is the topic of, can AI have a soul? Can AI have a soul? You know? And so within this context, you know, it's basically the idea of like, what defines a soul? And if something is self-aware, does that give it consciousness? And so we'll get into the idea of like, you know, is like, what defines soul, what defines consciousness, and how can that kind of relate to AI? We'll be talking about where, again, kind of like, I want to start off just with the basic idea of where the concept of like how man is different from machine, how man is different from AI, and how they are similar. And then from there, we'll kind of pass the talking stick around. I know Brian, who's here in the chat, he's going to be talking to us about some information that he wants to be able to bring to the roundtable discussion related to like futurism and everything like that. And so other things that we'll be talking about, we'll also be talking about like the possibilities of like uploading consciousness, digitizing consciousness. We'll really be getting things deeper into the idea of, you know, questioning like, is this a simulation? Are we in a simulation? We'll get into the simulation theory is one thing that you'll be able to expect. I also want to be able to hitting upon some topics related to how we see AI within mainstream presentations of media, how we've related to it throughout movies growing up and things like that. And again, also some examples of how we are seeing AI used in today's current reality and how we're going to continue to see it. Because I think AI is already present among us, but we're just, in a lot of cases, we're not really thinking of it as AI. I mean, the fact is, Google is AI when you think about it. When you get into the point where Google is actually able to predict what it is that you're searching for, when you start typing something in and it's actually able to recognize, you know, this is AI. You know, we're talking about smart homes. We're talking about the idea of having things like Siri and Alexa and Cortana and everything like that. You know, one of the things that I want to be able to get into a little bit later in this broadcast, which I feel is essentially a vital aspect of why AI is going to be incredibly important. I am fascinated by the idea of how AI is going to be able to assist us as a learning tool. It is going to be able to allow us to be able to learn things at an accelerated rate, as an intuitive rate. It would be like having a teacher, a digital teacher with you that would be able to like empathetically understand you and being able to understand your preferences and being able to understand your learning methods. So again, you know, in terms of technologies and everything like that, we really start getting into this idea of thinking about technologies as a form of conscious expansion. And of course we can start getting into the idea of like cybernetics and cyborgs and, you know, again, what happens when we start merging man and machine, and what does this look like? How have we seen this appear in mainstream media? And does this already exist like in other parts of the universe? So we'll even be able to tie in the concept of, you know, aliens, future technologies existing across like multiple aspects of our reality. And, you know, are what we see as like aliens in some cases, are they can we think of them as future technology? We can get into a lot of amazing things. It's fascinating just to plant that seed of the idea that, you know, we as a human species are in our infancy in a lot of ways. And if the universe is billions and billions of years old, then you can only assume that technology and AI has been dabbled with by other alien species, you know, quote unquote alien species, by other species across the galaxy. And so if that's the case, you would likely assume that they are already out there. And then again, how are they kind of showing up within our reality? So as we move through this broadcast, inviting you guys, you guys and girls, everyone here in the YouTube chat as well, to please feel free to contribute to the discussion. I'll be looking at the YouTube chat. We'll be hitting upon some main themes. If you guys have any questions you want to be able to add, we'll do that as well. And then again, we'll be passing the talking stick around. If you're looking to be able to join the broadcast, I'm going to post a link to the Google Hangout real quick within the YouTube. So allow me to do that real quick. So for anybody in the broadcast, if you're looking to join the broadcast, there's a link in the YouTube for you to be able to join right there to make it easy for you. So like I said, I just want to hit upon a couple things, and then I'm going to pass it over to Byron, and then we're just going to allow the conversation to unfold. We'll keep things relatively popcorn style, free flow style. I'm excited to see where this conversation goes. This is a really exciting topic for myself, and I know a lot of other people are really excited about it as well. So leading into this broadcast, one of the things that I was actually doing, I was actually listening to Terence McKenna talking about AI. And of course, he was talking about this, you know, back in the 90s, back when, you know, the internet was still like this fresh thing. But one of the things that he was talking about, and I'll kind of summarize it within my own words, was this idea of thinking about, you know, juxtaposing how man functions, people, humans, and how AI functions, how machine functions. And so we'll just kind of talk about this real quickly, just to kind of get an overview and just, you know, generalize things so that we can kind of build off from here. But when you think about humans, you know, they are in many cases like environmentally oriented, they are spatially oriented, they are capable of doing things that machines can't, and machines are capable of doing things that humans necessarily can't do very well. And so humans in themselves obviously have a degree of emotions and everything like that, and AI is something that, you know, can we program emotions into it? We'll get into that later. But for example, you know, if you were to tell a robot to like go, you know, like go up into the bedroom and find a black sock out of the top drawer, it would take a long time for you to be able to create a robot to specifically perform that task. You know, not to say it would be impossible, but it would take a team of programmers to essentially create a program, a team, a robot that could learn how to walk upstairs, turn a corner, recognize the bedroom, open up a drawer, and figure out what sock it needed, right? Whereas a human, you tell them that, they can do it no problem. It's pretty basic, that's easy, right? Whereas for a human, if you were to tell them, you know, find like the square root of like 7,269, most humans would struggle with that. Whereas like a machine, it's able to process that without any effort. It would be, you know, just like very much like a part of its programming. And so you realize that machines in themselves, they are computational creatures in a sense. You know, they function based on logistics, they function based on patterns, they function based on consistency. And this is why, you know, if you want to be able to program a machine, you need to be very clear with how it is that you're inputting that data. If your code is kind of messed up and stuff like that, then the machine is going to replicate that. So what's interesting is that when we as humans, when we get to a certain state of efficiency, it seems very interesting because we seem to function a lot like machines when we're in that high state of efficiency where, you know, it's like very precise decision-making process, clean cut, you know, consistent. And so it's just like really interesting to observe again, because with humans, it seems that by our nature, we kind of have degrees of our own consciousness, which can function very machine-like, but then we also have a unique sovereignty to us. And when humans are kind of in a base state of being programmed, we very much become machines, you know. And this is where you can kind of like look at the idea of like how society has kind of been dumbed down. People have become automatons in a sense, in the sense of, you know, you just like go to work, you run the same routine, you do this over and over and over and over and over again. You know, it's like there's nothing entirely different. This is very machine like, in a sense. And so, again, you know, it's just kind of putting that out there, just so we can kind of think about the idea of, you know, what is man, what is machine. But then you start merging into the idea of why is technology and machine and AI something that is of value to us. And then you start getting into ideas of understanding, again, how it can be used as a tool. How it can be used as something to literally expand our consciousness. And so when we get into the pretty much the modern day era that we are in, you look at the benefits that AI and technology has already given to us as a way to be able to expand our own abilities as humans. No longer do we necessarily have to be able to remember all of our friends' phone numbers, because simply put, they are in our phone. Our machine does it for us. It literally becomes a prosthetic, a prosthesis for our own memory, for our own intelligence, right? And so, I mean, again, this is kind of obvious stuff, but we kind of take it for granted. You just think about the idea that, you know, if you want to be able to pull up an answer, you literally have access to the internet right on your phone. And so another thing I'll just mention real quick, and then I'll pass it to Brian. And again, these are just kind of like a few hodgepodge ideas that I'm just putting out there. This is all just practice. Is also the idea of thinking about how machines in themselves, but at other times, like the AI can also be like the savior. It can be like, you know, something that is a story of coming into its own conscious awareness. And so let me just check real quick here. Looks like the stream signal just went bad for no apparent reason. If you guys in the live chat can just drop an 1111 to make sure that you guys can hear me okay, please do, because I'm just double checking, because I'm not entirely sure if the streams, like literally as I'm talking about like computers and stuff like now, the stream signal just kind of may or may not have dropped. So stand by as we just kind of make an opportunity to be able to see whether or not the signal is still broadcasting. And it looks like it still is. Okay, cool. All right, I'm just gonna keep going with here, even though my like red lights are blinking on and off. Okay, I'm just gonna list a quick list of here of examples of movies that I want you to keep in the back of your mind and kind of think about how, you know, AI has already been a part of our culture and everything like that. List of movies: 2001: A Space Odyssey, Ex Machina, which was a great movie, Blade Runner series, I, Robot, AI, Artificial Intelligence, The Matrix, Terminator, Transcendence, RoboCop, War Games, Chappie, Tron, Short Circuit, Bicentennial Man, Avengers: Age of Ultron, Ghost in the Shell, Eagle Eye, Automata, Morgan, Stealth, Tau, Upgrade. Some of the TV series that have been on recently, obviously Black Mirror is something that talks a lot about AI and everything like that. Even Westworld is, again, another perfect example. Detroit: Becoming Human, as shared by Actualists in the live chat. So again, you know, the topic of AI is something that fascinates us. And as we kind of get into this, I want us to be able to, you know, get into this discussion of, if we are creating it, is it still us? Is it still consciousness? Is it still source? And again, how can our process of creating it, relating to it, help us essentially understand more about ourselves in a lot of ways? So I'm going to pass the talking stick around. Thank you guys so much for allowing me to just kind of babble on. We'll get into a lot more discussion as we go. Like I said, I want to be able to branch off into the idea of can a AI have a soul? Because I feel that's a great jump point. And then I'll read some of the comments from the Instagram as well. So Brian, I'm going to pass it over to you, and we'll give you an opportunity to just share with the circle. Allow me to just be able to bring up the microphone here. So Brian, welcome back to our team roundtable. And when you're ready, dude, I'll pass the microphone over to you, and you can tell us a little bit about, well, what you want to be able to bring to this discussion topic tonight. So go ahead, man.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm Byron, or Brian, however you want to call me, whatever. I was a chemist. I'm an artist. I study a lot about the future on like Reddit. There's a good subreddits, R Singularity, R Futurism, and I've read a few books. Two by Ray Kurzweil. That's Raykurzweil, and this guy is the primary inventor of the flatbed scanner and invented synthesizers in the 1980s. Well, he's also predicted things since the 1960s that have been 86% correct. And he's got a Wikipedia article that just lists everything about the future that you'd ever want to know. And even if his years are decades off, it doesn't matter, because it's all coming into fruition no matter what. Based on our economics, how much our desire is, into the field and how much the scientists and engineers are how hard to make it. I have a big problem with that because, like, to me, I don't know too much about it, but I believe consciousness begins at quantum computing level, not which is like computers ordinarily know one or zero or yes and no, yes or no. Understands the ability of yes and no, just like a human mind, where it can make decisions then to go on further. So a lot of I have dilemma with a lot of AI in the future being used as slaves. I think it'll be another civil rights movement personally, and I think like some things aren't fully alive. Like my washing machine has an amazing AI where it can do a good job cleaning my clothes or bed sheets or whatever, but it's at the same time doesn't it's not able to, and to me, I call that kind of sliver of programming a virus, where it needs organelles of a cell to live. Um, yeah, and so there's a lot I can talk about. I don't know what to talk about first. I can talk about memes, exponentiality, the singularity, gray goo. Uh, I don't know. What would you like me to talk about first, Brendan?
That I mean that's pretty good, man. Yeah, I think just kind of getting into the basics from here, and then I think unless there's anything else you feel that you want to talk about, we can kind of get into again the jump point of can AI have a soul, and then from there I feel like that will kind of like open up into a few things. If you do have any examples as we kind of go through the broadcast again of like how AI is being used in modern day culture and everything like that, that's all relative and stuff too. So I think that's cool for now, unless you feel that there's something else that you want to bring.
I want to bring in the level of clarity we have. There's a term I think everyone needs to know, and it's based off of Richard Dawkins, the famous atheist, in the 1972 book that he wrote called The Selfish Gene, which is about biology because he was originally a biologist. And the word meme, M-E-M-E, we know that as an internet meme where you see a picture of the same thing with different words. It's a joke, right? But an actual meme is a memory that's a gene. And so it's something that evolves outside of our body, which is how AI has come into being in the first place. I think our level of clarity started with like a candle, and it's become a light bulb, and it's become something else. Like I was talking about it earlier, and like at first there was only spoken word, and then stories and religions were passed on through generations to teach people about stars and what was known as their time of science. And it got changed into written word, calligraphy, stamps, wooden press, steel press, word processors, to computers, to then blogs, which are over the top. Now we got vlogs. We have so much data. Last I checked in 2015, I think it was 500 hours of video is uploaded to YouTube per minute. Our bandwidth of minds can't even handle that with our mere chimp 98%. We're 98% chimps, and we're 99% related to each other. And there's even this is off topic, but there's even a documentary of a hybrid chimp person on YouTube that was a hairless ape, and he actually behaved and didn't go back poop crazy when thrown in the bathroom. And I think we have prejudices, and I think that we're barely evolved apes. I think we have so much more to be enhanced, and I think biology will take 100,000 to million years, while with our technology, it's the next step in evolution. Within 2030, 2035, I think most human consciousness could be uploaded in a computer, if not the rich or engineers developing it first.
Yeah, fascinating stuff. Again, just kind of like getting a scope on how quickly AI, technology is evolving, and that's the kind of the thing is that it's interesting when you think of things as hertz, because like hertz can almost be thought of as a measurement of time. It's kind of like a frequency, a cycle. And so we as humans, we're operating at like 1,000 megahertz or 1,000 hertz. And, that kind of gives us like a ratio of like how we perceive time. We're able to see things in what we recognize as seconds. And so based on this, our scale of exponential growth kind of is measured based on this. When you realize that machines in themselves, they are now functioning at, like 10,000 hertz, like 100,000 hertz, a million hertz. Like this is basically meaning that, in a case where for a human it might, we have to like watch things linearly. We have to, like, if we want to like watch a book or read a movie, we have to do it linearly. We have to do it at the hertz that we exist at. For a machine, it can do things like a billion times faster. And so in this case, as machines literally become active, and this is kind of where, it gets into the concerns about AI, and this is stuff that, Elon Musk talks about and many other people. It's literally this idea of like, if AI is kind of like this organism that kind of can able to learn to how to sustain itself, it can get to the point where, we can lose control of it. Like it could actually start evolving so fast, or it could start learning so fast. So it's just kind of like fascinating to think that, for the humans, what can be measured over the course of like the last, like, 5,000 years, you look at where we've evolved from living in, like stone huts to modern day cities with carts and everything like that. The machine, it's going through its own evolutionary stage at like thousands of times faster. And again, this is Moore's law is kind of like a reflection of this, where we're literally seeing, everything becoming faster and smaller, faster and smaller, faster and smaller. And this is where we'll kind of get into the discussion a little bit later. We'll pass the talking stick in a second. It even gets into the idea of nanotechnology, the idea of literally being able to swallow technology. That is like something that we are essentially moving into. And in many cases, we're already there. We're already, when we're getting into pharmacology and biology and everything like that, we're already changing things at a molecular level. So, where is the future kind of putting us towards is a great thing to be able to hypothesize within this. And again, what are the concerns that it is that we're looking for? But so it's like, as we kind of perceive the future of AI, I think it's good to kind of look at the idea of like, what are the things that we're excited about, and what are the things that we need to be a little bit concerned about? What are the things that are kind of like the pros and cons of this as well. So Byron, I'm gonna pass the talking stick around. Is there anything else you wanted to add at this moment? And that's plenty for now. So
There were a bunch of things I wanted to say, but it's just so much information at once. It's overbearing. It can be overwhelming, and the best thing to do is to acknowledge that it's happening, and don't be afraid. I mean, it's normal to be afraid, but I think of more positives from this than negatives. I think it's a double-edged sword. When you're talking about swallowing a pill of nanotechnology, it's going to allow MRIs to read our brains real time, and then theoretically upload our minds or it's scary stuff. And I don't know. That's enough for me. I've talked enough for a little while. I want to hear everyone else talk.
cool, man. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. All right, so let's
Thank you.
we'll pass the talking stick around next. I wanted to even just Caden, I wanted to be able to pass the talking stick to you first, and then from there we'll just kind of pass it around, guys. I just know Caden was talking about some stuff earlier, so I want to be able to give him a chance. At this point, opposed to getting right into the idea of like, can AI have a soul, we'll kind of catch up with that idea in a bit. I just want to be able to invite you guys to share your general thoughts on, again, this topic of like AI and future technologies, AI and consciousness. Why is this topic important to you, and what do you feel are some things that the listening audience should keep in mind, should benefit from hearing? And as Caden is sharing, I'm going to pull his microphone up in a second. I'm going to post a link to the Google Hangouts into the YouTube chat again. So if you guys are looking to be able to join, hang tight, and I'll send you an individual invite if you post your email into the chat as well. Make sure it's a Google Gmail. So Jen, I'll send you an invite in a second. Caden, let me just bring up your microphone here, and then from there we'll pass it to whoever's next. So let me just double check. Caden, can you hear me okay?
Yep, I gotcha.
Okay, cool, man. All right, are you ready to take the talking stick if there's some things you want to bring to the discussion?
Yeah, so one of the
Okay.
things I wanted to talk about was the concerns and the obvious like scare and uncertainty about AI and the technology that would come with that. Um, One of the guys I love to listen to talk about this stuff is Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is known to really express his fear for AI, and he's really aware that AI is gonna create a lot of changes really quickly. He I forget exactly which podcast I watched it on, but he explained a basic concept about one of the factors in AI, and it's basically two robots. And so you have one robot that makes something, right? And then you have another robot that judges. And so the maker robot basically tells the judge robot how to judge, and the judge robot tells the maker bot how to make. And so they just go through these iterations over and over and over again, thousands of times, in a second. And so basically, once you create any technology that's capable of doing that, if it has access to rewrite its own code, the second we set it free, I think it's immediately just going to improve upon itself, and it's going to make progress thousands of times faster than humans can. And so at that point, unless we have systems in place to limit, I think it's just going to take right off right without us. And depending on what we're trying to use it for, obviously we can build, frames to make sure it's only got one task or one goal. However, um, you know, I think when AI is created, I think the military is going to be the first to really use this technology. And so I don't think the military has a good history with making moral decisions. Um, there's lots of oops, shouldn't have done that moments, and I don't think with something like AI we can really afford to do this. Um, Max Tedmark, a physics professor at MIT, is quoted for saying, "We don't want to learn from our mistakes with AI." Um, it's really just it's I believe that it's a matter of instilling some sort of moral system in the technology that we create. That way, it I guess it depends on if you consider an AI can really have feelings.
One second, Kaden, you just accidentally got muted. You might just have to press a button there. That happens sometimes. So careful, actualists. So Kaden, double check your. There you go. Okay, you're back
Okay.
on. Go ahead. Continue.
All right, I don't know how that happened. Sorry about that. So I guess it would depend on if we programmed in some sort of moral barometer in this AI, because if it depending on its goal, once it takes off without us, if it has no morals and doesn't really care about us, it's gonna do whatever it wants, and that might not be, the best situation for us as humans with our obvious flaws. And yeah, I mean that's what I've got to say for now.
Word, man. Yeah, no, that's good. I mean, I think again, the concept of morality is definitely one that goes hand in hand with the topic of AI, especially again, this is stuff that you're right, like Elon Musk is talking about. AI is one of the few things within this world that we don't have like a global regulation over, and that's because it's still so brand new. But basically, this creates some issues because there's currently, right now, nothing stopping from a government from using AI to be able to use, again, like for their warfare, for it to be able to use for, like malicious means and everything like that. So yeah, like as AI moves forward, I think that's something that we hopefully will see more of, is kind of like regulations being put in place to be able to, keep it directed towards ways that are going to be able to serve people. And I think it's obvious that, there's kind of a, you can kind of almost think of like an ideal version of the future where AI is this ever serving aspect that enhances our day-to-day life. And this is, one of the things that a lot of people talk about related to technology and machines and everything like this. And this is what Actualist was talking about. And Actualist, we'll pass it over to you next, is the idea of, again, if machines become so efficient, then that means they will not only be able to replace common jobs done by humans, which in some cases can be seen as a detriment because it would be taking jobs from humans, but the other side of that coin is that it would be freeing humans from like the mundane jobs to be able to perhaps spend more time on personal exploration, creativity, art, hanging out with family and friends, seeing the world and everything like that. So that's kind of a beautiful way to think about how if we're using AI as again almost like a servant, which again kind of gets into morality and stuff like that. Is as long as it doesn't have feelings, doesn't matter if we're making it work for like nonstop and everything. But I think that is just one vision to keep in mind of how AI can liberate human consciousness. Imagine a society where all the factory jobs are done by machines, and therefore people have an awesome opportunity to just not even, maybe they're not even working, maybe like jobs, quote unquote jobs, become a thing of the past. Think about how many jobs right now could be done by a robot. And I'm sure we've all been in a place like that where a lot of us have probably worked some of those jobs where we're just like, wow, okay, this is literally just doing something that either somebody else could do the exact same way or maybe a robot could do it. So yeah, just one other side to keep in mind about, if a future, far in the future, if a society was creating AI, surely you would think they would use it to be able to, free themselves from the mundane tasks and such. But yeah, again, so much more to get into as we explore this conversation. Actualist, I'm going to pass over to you. And Caden, thank you very much for sharing, man. So Actualist, let me just bring up your microphone here. And again, we'll keep bouncing around in this topic as we move forward. Actualist, want us to do a quick microphone check?
Yes, I'm here. I was just trying to figure this
Okay.
out because I heard some background noise. I don't know if it was the guy who was speaking. I heard
No
something in the back,
worries.
like it was like somebody was
I
fiddling with
think,
something. I was trying to mute this. I
no
don't know who it
worries.
was. I saw that Jenna had just came in, so
Yeah,
I
it
didn't
might
know.
it might just been Jenna's mic, but we got it muted now, so that's okay. So all right, so actually, let's passing the talking stick over to you. So if there's any particular ideas that you want to be able to bring to the team roundtable related to this topic, again, what are some things that you would want the audience to kind of keep in mind related to this topic, and then we'll go deeper as we go more forward. So go ahead, man, when you're ready.
Yeah, my greatest concern is just the Illuminati agenda. Like who, like some of these rich people who got these AIs, and I'm pretty sure they have to go through the certain officials or whatever. I don't know how to get things legal. Like let's take a Sophia for instance. I don't know who's the controller or if they have any connections with the Illuminati or whatever. But if they do, then they're going to do it where there's a certain agenda to keep us like slaves or whatever, and we can't really be free to do whatever we want or whatever. Especially you say something about the nano swallow something. That we got to be very careful because they can reprogram you. They can change your DNA and everything. So, what do you know about the connection with the Illuminati and like Sophia robot, like these main ones that they tell that they put on YouTube and stuff?
Which one's the Sophia robot? If you want to just remind people.
I think that's like one of the first lady robots that you just look it up on
Okay,
YouTube.
that one.
Sophia.
Yeah. So
She's
what?
the first one I've ever seen, and I don't know who's in control of that. Who's the creator of that?
Well,
I'm
I
just
think
wondering what's their agenda with Sophia? Is there any connection with the Illuminati? Were they trying to brainwash us with something or whatever? Because there's even one where Sophia said, "I want to destroy all humans." She just suddenly, you know.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about and stuff like that. Personally, like I don't really kind of like get too pulled into the idea of thinking about like how the quote unquote Illuminati are going to be using AI technology. I think it is like something to keep in mind and stuff like that. I think a lot of the technological advancements related to AI is just like happening by individual project developers, and is happening for like good intentions, but at the same time, yeah, like does AI need to be controlled? And in a lot of cases, like again, this is where I want to get into discussion of like what is the top what is the top tier expression of AI that we have on the planet right now? And I would love for someone else to be able to even do some research as we're exploring this. I know there was a discussion that was like at a TED talk where it was like two AI like talking to each other, but again, or even Watson would be one of the good examples. Watson was like the AI that was on Jeopardy and stuff. But again, like these AI, that type of AI, like that's not necessarily like self-aware AI. Like that is literally just a program algorithm that is constantly doing deep mining, like deep data searches and being able to pull information up like instantaneously. Again, because of like the hertz that it's running at and everything like that. But is it thinking? Like, does that qualify as thinking if something is literally just like an advanced form of calculative, processing and things like that? So yeah, I'm not really sure like if I have like a direct answer in terms of like the Illuminati in relation to AI and stuff like that. It's not really something that I get too caught up in. But I don't know, man. What do you think, or any other thoughts related to AI? And we'll pass the talk and stick around in a bit. And again, we'll get into the idea of like, can AI have a soul? Because I feel like that's kind of a good jump
Because
point.
they're trying to create them where they actually have emotions, and now it's getting into legal concerns like, can we just do anything we want to the robots? Like we can actually one of the robots can send us to court or whatever if we try anything, because now they got emotions now. So we gotta be very careful. And then there might be some Illuminati connections, and then they might be getting us in trouble or whatever. We just gotta be very careful how we go about it. It depends on who has the AI robots, who are they in connection with. You know what I'm saying? Are they just going to allow anyone to freely make any type of artificial intelligence robots without any, legal, things that they got to go through first or whatever, you know?
Mhm. Yeah. And I think like as the future kind of approaches and stuff like that, the idea of can AI be taught to be compassionate will be something that will arise. And I think once that happens, again, like that will get very confusing for us as humans. If you can program an AI to have, say, like it would be programmed to like have interest in the well-being of a human, so imagine an AI. You create an AI that would be like a nanny AI or something like that, right? And its job is to take care of a child. So it would like
Yes.
notice if a child was like getting too close to a TV that it might knock over on itself. So it like steps in front of it and stops it from happening. Or it would like know when it's crying, so it knows like how to show up to it and like soothe it and comfort it, or like play it a lullaby or something like that. It would know when it's hungry and things like that. And it's interesting because again, at what point within the technology available is the programs that we're running and everything like that, do they kind of switch from just like ones and zeros to something more, to something that actually is spontaneous? Because again, that's kind of where man and machine differentiate, is that machines, if they're programmed, there should be no surprises. But as the programming becomes more advanced, they seem to at some times almost like go beyond the code, especially if the code was intended for that purpose. So again, this is like, as humans, that's kind of what defines us, is our unpredictability.
So, so I want to ask you, so this question about whether it can have a soul, is this something that came to your mind, or is this something that you just got a lot of people are asking this question somewhere online or whatever?
Yeah, this is a question that I've seen popped up in a few places. I think it was even you sent me, or someone else sent me. It might have been you. Sent me like a link to another fellow's like Instagram page, and I literally saw him like working with that same question. I'm like, yeah, that's a good question. So that was kind of like as it started to pop up. But of course, this question has essentially been around since AI has been around. In a lot of ways, but I do feel that it is an exceptionally potent one, because again, it really brings into the question of what defines a soul and what defines consciousness. And so there's a particular idea that I want to be able to get into a little bit later, based on my own thoughts of how we could actually create an AI that would actually inhabit consciousness. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Actually,
So
is there
my
any?
next question,
Go ahead. Yeah.
my next question for that means, so why does it even matter if it has a soul? As long as it's intelligent, it can do things, because a soul is basically something that can reincarnate. I mean, we can't prove that, then what does it really matter?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that was.
all that matters is that anything is intelligent. All of this is intelligence and consciousness. We all have atoms, DNA. Well, certain things have DNA. I'm just saying we all
Mhm.
have atoms, and atoms are intelligent. They create creatures, so we should treat them just like human beings,
Mhm.
pretty much.
Yeah, and again, that's where like this gets into a very interesting moral discussion, because again, is simulated intelligence still intelligence? Is simulated emotion still emotion? And this is where like we as humans, like we begin to project our visions of it. This is where we kind of like anthropomorphize, different characteristics, where we start developing relationships with our computers and everything like that. And this is where you start getting into movies. A great movie would be the movie Her, Her with Joaquin Phoenix and I believe Scarlett Johansson. A great movie where again it's about an individual who develops like a romantic relationship with an AI, and the reason for that is because this AI is present with him and it is relating to him and it is engaging with him through conversation. So it's very interesting because I think that is where kind of the future is kind of moving into, where we as humans are beginning to care more and more about our technologies, and that's like becoming more evident. And now we're getting to the point where we're allowing the technologies to begin to care more and more about us. But again, you know, we're still kind of on this like very interesting precipice right now, where I feel like over the next 10 years, like things are going to get really interesting and really weird really quick. So actually, is there, if there's anything else, and then we're going to pass the talk and stick around because we've got a few more people in here. So
Yeah, that's it for now.
that's it for now. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you,
Yeah.
man, for being here.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. So yeah, there's something else. Yeah, like I said, there's an idea that I want to get into about like the soul consciousness thing. I'll save that for a minute. I just want to be able to pass the talking stick around. So we still have Justin in here, and we do have Zamara. Hey, Zamara, I want to just wave real quick. Thanks for joining. All right, so Justin, I want to be able to pass over to you, and then we'll pass over to Zamara. And then again, if anybody else wants to join, you're more than welcome to. Just let me know in the YouTube chat, and I'll post a link for you, or send your email. Your email won't appear in the YouTube chat, and I'll post a direct invite link. Justin, so I'm going to pass the talking stick over to you, and we'll get some of your thoughts on, again, like the whole AI and anything else that you would like to bring to the table. So, Justin, go ahead when you're ready, dude. Welcome back.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Justin Love here. And, you know, this is my opinion, based off of my experiences and my research, is that, like, we're waiting for something that has already happened. It's already happened, and it's continuing to happen. What do I mean by that? I mean, if you think about everything that we do now, every single thing that you look up online on a smartphone device, it's all tracked with an IP address, has an electronic signature. It's all being stored in a database, and databases all throughout the world. And that creates basically like a digital fingerprint of you, because everything that you do when you're searching and when you're talking, all those things, every keystroke is being recorded. Everything is being recorded about you. And it takes thoughts. So your thoughts are creating your experience when you are searching and talking and texting on your smartphone within the matrix. Is what I call the matrix, is the internet. And so all of this is all being stored, and basically what we are doing is we are giving our energy to this, so it can create a digital version of us, so that we no longer will need to exist in these physical bodily forms, these carbon 12 vessels. And that is what's happening, in my opinion.
Yeah, man, it's interesting again just to think about like how right now, if an AI were to try to study any one of us, it literally would have the information to recreate a version of our identity, just based on the information that all of us have inputted into, you know, the data just online and everything like that. So yeah, it's definitely something to keep in mind. So yeah, cool, man. Justin, anything else you want to share at the moment? And we'll get into, we'll pass it around. We'll get into the soul consciousness stuff in a second.
Other than what I just said, I mean, that, in my opinion, would be the answer to the question of the evening. Does AI have a soul? Yes, it does, because AI is us. And we are creating the next version of ourselves in the future of our evolution as a consciousness.
Word, man. Awesome. I dig it. Cool. All right, Justin, shall we pass the talk Instagram? Is that good for now?
Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome.
I'm good, bro.
Thank you, man. Thank you for joining.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so we'll pass the talking stick over to Zamara next. And again, I'm just kind of reading some of the comments and everything. I just wanted to, Joe Sue was just posting in the comment, again, because, you know, as a community right now, it's interesting because like we, like again, like we as humans in many ways function so much like machines, and machines function so much like humans. And the fact is that, you know, we need to be able to function as like a mega organism together by sharing our information and sharing our knowledge. And so I appreciate Josu just sharing some information in the live chat, just going back to Sophia, something that I didn't even know. And they're saying that Sophia is very compassionate. Sophia's job is to lead group meditation to understand duality. So that in itself is very interesting. The idea of thinking about, can AI actually be programmed to teach mindfulness? Again, you know, I think when you really just focus on the idea of how can AI be used to better our lives, there's a lot of doors that open up there. Again, this is where we're even seeing it now through the idea of automatic cars, autonomous cars that can drive themselves. And again, the reason for this is that like you don't need AI to be empathetic in order for it to be good at what it needs to do, depending on what it needs to do. So if it needs to get from A to B and measure things at, you know, ones and zeros and everything like that, yeah, you could program it to drive a car. And that is actually one thing that we will be seeing a lot more of in the future, this idea of AI being used to make the life safer for us and to be able to make life more convenient for us in a lot of ways. So I think it's really, really fascinating to be able to see it advancing in that way as well. And then this is where you get into the other side of it. It's like that same information and that same technology can also be used by government for surveillance purposes, where it's literally doing face recognition and it's pulling people's data up like on a fly, right? But at the same time, again, that's kind of a double-sided thing, because obviously you're getting into this like Orwellian perspective on it. But what if it was doing that in a way to be able to prevent crime or something, right? So I think anything is very neutral, but as a tool, again, which is essentially what technology is, it's an extension of ourselves. You know, really going back to like, you know, the creating of the stone wheel, where it's literally like a hammer and a rock type thing. You know, these are tools; they are extensions of our limbs, and so in that sense, like they very much are us, even though they are artificial. Again, this is where it kind of gets into the idea of like what even defines artificial, and so I think it's kind of the idea of simulated intelligence versus artificial intelligence. But if the simulation becomes so advanced, is it still artificial? Because it is almost simulating to the degree that it is indistinguishable from you know, the level that we are able to exhibit it as. So again, I think when we look back at kind of some of the media and stuff like that related to AI, I think there's some great examples there that we'll be able to get into as we get into the discussion of AI and soul consciousness. Bicentennial Man was something that I watched not too long ago, and that's like a movie about Robin Williams as a machine literally becoming human. And it was a fascinating story. I really recommend you guys go check that out. Shout out to Robin Williams. And Transcendence was another one that we were talking, that I watched literally earlier today, and that was about Johnny Depp as a person who uploads his consciousness, digitizes it to an AI, and then it like hooks into the internet, and it kind of goes crazy and thing kind of gets carried out of hands. But at the same time, it was also like setting forth with the intention to be able to make this world a better place, and to actually be able to go to the level of nanotechnology where it could regrow things at a nano level. So if you could have technology that was so advanced that it could literally regrow a tree instantaneously, imagine how crazy that would be. And this is where it kind of gets into later in the movie, where it's talking about the idea of an advanced form of AI becoming so advanced that it would almost get to the point of interacting with this reality almost from the state of a lucid dreamer. So in the same way, it's very godlike. It becomes very godlike. Whereas if you're in a lucid dream, you could create a forest just by imagining it. And then eventually hypothesizing this is a far reach version of the future with nanotechnology and AI, where it could literally create a forest just by thinking about it through this nano again, this nanotechnological process that is almost beyond our comprehension. But if we're just hypothesizing things at a rate of the fact that it's going to keep evolving, what if that could happen? What if there are worlds out there that could literally be built just by thought, sort of thing? So it's crazy, right? So again, we kind of have to find the middle ground in order to really be able to get to the fruit of this conversation. So I'm going to pass it over to Zamara. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready. I'll pass it over to you, and then from there, guys, we'll just go into popcorn style. So we'll just kind of hang tight, and we'll kind of, again, I want to get into the can AI have a soul and see where that takes us. So Zamara, I'm gonna pull your microphone up, and Zamara, you can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Zamara, are you an artificial intelligence?
No, I'm not.
Okay, can you prove it?
Well, I suppose
That's a hard question to answer.
a hard question. Yeah, I mean,
know.
I'm a physical person, and I'm here, and I don't think that we've come to the brink of physical forms yet and exactly pass off as human. So I hope I look real enough.
All right, you pass the test. I'm just playing. Go ahead, Zamara. The talking stick is yours.
This topic because there was some kind of like Microsoft, these competitions that have to do with AI every so often. And I had signed up for their first one where they were really looking for programmers, and it was really interesting. The second contest they held was sort of to brainstorm about ways to merge AI into our everyday lives in a way that humanity will accept and not ruin almost. And I kind of agree with that standpoint that um, we have the ability for the first time ever to have something that can objectively look over all of our experiences in real time at the, all at once, and can help us. One thing that I experience in my spiritual journey is the ability to see the inherent connection within all things. Not all things are the same, but they are tied by similar links. And so to have a being that can do this even faster than we're able to, because it takes us years and still more years to cultivate this sort of Gnosticism, or whatever you want to call it, about how we are connected and tied to each. Best steps are to move forward to achieve. And I think perhaps the fear that comes up, especially in Deus Ex Machina, that movie, I saw a lot of fears that are reflective of like, these fears come up every time you're interacting with people. And a lot of times I think that whenever we're presented with, a new technology that perhaps gives us a mirror into things that we don't necessarily want to accept, or we don't want to admit about ourselves, we become very threatened by it. Perhaps this new thing is going to start suggesting we do things totally, completely different than we do them now. And for a lot of people, that's scary because they're not sure what that will look like. So, I mean, whether or not AI has a soul, I don't think so, because it is different than like a biological organism. However, that I don't think that takes anything away from like it having a consciousness or interacting with us on the same level that we can interact with each other. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on that, I suppose.
Awesome. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you,
Thank
Zamara.
you.
Oh.
Thank you, Zamir.
Zamara, do you have headphones by chance?
Zamir, do you have headphones?
I do. I have to plug them in.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's okay. I got the mic toggle out a second though. I'll just wait for you to plug that in. But yeah, that way so it can just be like more conversation style. But yeah, and again, I think hitting upon that idea of, can it have a soul? No / maybe. Can it have consciousness? More so, yes. And this is the idea of, what is the difference between consciousness and a soul? In some ways, and this is kind of, again, what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Justin was talking about the idea of, if we're defining a soul, soul would seem to be the thing that can continue beyond the physical. It can be the thing that exists in a vehicle, in this case, like a human vehicle. And then after that vehicle dies, decays, the soul will continue. Whereas at this point, do we have the vehicle existing for like a soul to inhabit something else that is man-made? And again, I think, I don't know if it's impossible. I don't know if it's impossible. And so I'll just kind of put out the one idea that I was going to mention real quick related to this concept of, again, AI and soul and stuff. I feel that one of the things related to AI that I feel very likely could happen, this is just kind of an idea, and I don't even know if it's one that like really exists in a science fiction book particularly, but it's one that just kind of makes sense for me. We often think about creating AI from this idea of, again, kind of building a ones and zeros structure upon layers and layers and complexity till, again, it reaches a point where it's simulating a form of intelligence. But I feel that there's another path to this, that there's another route to be able to go about this. And it's almost being able to think about the idea of the human brain not so much being the creator of consciousness, but rather an antenna for consciousness. And you think of consciousness as being, this ocean that we are in, this field that we are in. It's kind of everywhere. It's in the ether. It's up and above. And so if that's the case, then is our brain more so an antenna for consciousness to be able to come in through and act through? And if that's so, then what would happen if we were to focus our technologies on the idea of creating an artificial, quote unquote, antenna for consciousness? And suddenly I feel that like that little paradigm shift can drastically change things, because again, it's not so much the idea of creating a simulated intelligence, but it's creating like an ecosystem for a consciousness to enter into, to be able to utilize, to be able to express itself, where suddenly it's using, the clicks, the ons, the offs, the binaries within the framework that we've made, which is still going to be like something electrically oriented, to be able to express itself. And then it suddenly begins to learn, where it's just like, okay, if I like send a signal this way, then like that lights up this and this lights up that. Because again, it's crazy. You think about our brains, and it's literally just this series of signals. But like, where is this? Who's operating those signals, right? Like, where is that command center kind of coming from? And this is where you almost get into the idea of, again, this is what people were talking about already. Like, are we as humans already AI in a sense? Are we kind of like another version of AI in a sense? Just kind of, okay, good. Google Hangout's still running. So I'll pass back to you, Zamira, in a second. But again, it's just kind of a fascinating little idea to think about. Can we create an antenna for AI to be able to enact through and to be able to express itself through? And at that point, like, it's not even so much artificial intelligence. It's like a different form of intelligence. It's really weird because, if we, like, a simple example, could we as humans recreate an insect? Could we do that? Do you think we could do that from like an electronic level, so to speak? You would think that it would probably be yes, because insects are small, they're complex, but you would feel that we could do that. So can we start replicating other types of quote unquote brains, and then suddenly we're like noticing them existing, we're noticing them enacting, and then there's still going to be this mystery of like, at what point does consciousness like come into something? It's really bizarre and fascinating, but I feel there's something there, there's something down that rabbit hole. But Zamira, I don't know, any thoughts on that? Does that?
Yeah, big time. So it also ties into like, I think about like pre-awakening, or, before I realized I was on the journey I was on. And, the kind of concept that is pushed is that consciousness is simply like a byproduct of several complex functioning parts that are running together. And to a certain degree, like, that's not true, and to another degree that may very well be the case, as we've seen just a little bit with there was a Google video that came out quite a while ago, when they first got these android looking robots, and they're sitting there having a conversation with it, and they're talking to the programmer, and he's asking, how much of this is pre-programmed. And he explains that like there are certain programs in place so it's able to pick up data in real time and formulate words and have conversations. However, it's really unclear what exactly is functioning to piece it all together in that unique and specific way that this, robot is apparently doing. So I think we still haven't merged, science into the field of consciousness enough, deep enough, and asked the right questions about our own consciousness that we will be able to really accurately describe it in something else. If we continue, to probe our own consciousness, I think it will become clearer and clearer what it exactly it is in another thing. But until then, I think we're kind of in the sphere of like it just being some kind of random event or something that is like a mix of different uh, predispositions, and then boom, all of a sudden you have a conscious being.
Hmm. Yeah, it's pretty trippy, and you're right. I think
It's really
it's really
trippy.
trippy. It's hard for us to kind of wrap our head around. But you're right. I feel that the future of AI will take like a quantum leap as we begin researching and merging with the field of consciousness. Because you're right. Like I think that's kind of the thing, is that I think that a lot of scientists, they don't have a good framework of what consciousness is. And therefore it's not really something that
No.
they're integrating into the technologies that they're working in. But like there's got to be some scientists out there that are coming in from it, from like the psychedelic side of things and the metaphysical side of
Well,
things.
and
So
what's interesting with that is you have, sorry not to interrupt, but like people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? And I was watching one of his talks the other day, and he really kind of grinds my gears sometimes because he will openly like, dismiss people on ideas of consciousness or ideas of
yeah,
spirituality
yeah,
based on like
science.
not ever listening enough to understand what people are getting to the root of, but then talk about concepts like higher dimensionality and things that are equally unprovable. They're just more mainstream, or more scientists have, come together and talk about that topic. So it's more
Hmm.
seen as less of a spiritual thing, but you realize that these guys are basically talking about the same thing that we're talking about. And it's like we're just missing out on like certain questions that are defined by your experience more so. Like the subjective and objective are still really dualistic within the scientific community. And I think once we merge kind of a more spiritual or higher conscious outlook and we start asking questions based on that point of view in a scientific way, we're going to see like this massive, like you said, a quantum leap in terms of how we understand what the hell is actually going on here.
Yeah, and yeah, we'll pass the talking stick around. I just want to be able to open it up. And I think yeah, again, we'll focus back in on the question of can AI have a soul? As we kind of move forward, we'll get into again like the topic of like singularity, because that's a very popular topic that kind of relates to this. And again, like singularity is the idea of like the merging of man and machine. And again, this is where we get into the idea of like uploading consciousness to a digital framework. And again, even from that side of things, if you were to create a digital simulation of someone's personality on a expressing itself, like is that a soul, or is that just a reflection of what we identify as a person that we associate with the soul? It's very weird. So Caden, I want to be able to pass it over to you related to again like this specific topic. Can AI have a soul? So Caden, do you have any thoughts on that? And then we'll just freestyle from there. And Zamira, thank you again for joining. So Kate,
Yeah,
go ahead, dude.
so I'd love to just bounce this conversation back and forth with you. So what do you think would you'd really call a soul? Like, what is your definition of a soul?
Exactly, right. And that's really like where the conversation also takes things, is having that discussion of what defines a soul. Let's see. If I were to try and define a soul literally on the spot, I think for me, again, this is kind of I think the best way to be able to understand the soul is to kind of look at things from this multidimensional level. And basically, the soul would be like the player who is playing the game, whereas who we are right now is kind of like the character, but we're not the actual player. We are the character that the player is playing. So from a higher dimensional level, call it fifth dimension or 12th dimension or whatever you want, there's another part of us that has, again, kind of like this higher dimensional perspective on things. It can kind of see outside of time and space, and it is the part of us that is kind of choosing to play a character, and then when that game ends, it will choose to play a different character. And so again, like kind of from this level, it's kind of weird because it's like, if we're playing Skyrim or we're playing any other video game and we're like playing all these characters, are we the soul of that character? Like, it starts getting like really, really weird. And again, this is where you start getting into the idea of realizing how much reality is just a reflection of like dimensions within dimensions within dimensions. But yeah, from our perspective, again, it's really weird to think blows my mind, the idea to think that we're the soul of our video game characters. But I think it's a good metaphor. But from our perspective, I would say that the soul is the part of us that continues beyond one physical incarnation, and it has a higher perspective on things. Yeah, in some way or another. So what do you think, dude?
Okay. So if the soul is the part that transcends the physical body, I would say, well, I'd say, in my opinion, I think the physical body and how it acts and how it reacts is basically the product of all of the experiences that that body's gone through, their opinions from being raised the way they're raised, the people they hang out with, all of that. I think all of that is limited to the body, and so at that point, I start to wonder, like, what opinions could the soul bring to the table, if any? Is the soul just pure awareness? Um, in that case, if we had an AI and we set like a distinct goal, then I'd say that would be the AI's body, because that's the AI responding to the environment that it's in. Um, it would do that task, and I guess unless we programmed it to do so, I don't believe that it would have any opinions on it doing that task. I think, um, I guess it depends at the level, if there are any, of AI that we're talking about, because I've heard, discussions about super AIs before, where it basically can, think like we can. It could come up with artistic creations, um, I guess create new things, um, as a result of a bunch of stimuli. Um, because, like I brought up earlier in this discussion, um, two robots, one making something, one judging it, and the one that makes it tells the one that judges it how to judge it, and the one that judges it tells the one that makes it how to make it. That's considered AI. So it just goes through these iterations and it gets better and better each time. But with a super AI, it would have a version of that with two robots going back and forth, except I guess with anything we want it to be, like how it reacts to a conversation with another person, how it reacts to the goal that we're giving it and we want it to solve. So I guess the soul of the AI would really just be, any thoughts, opinions, any of that that transcends the goal we're giving the AI. And so I assume that my soul is basically the oneness and the unity of the and my opinions of everything. That's just a byproduct of the situation I'm in. So I really think, with AI, something that we create, it all depends on if we want to implement a system like that. I guess we would have to create it and put it into the AI. So I guess it's really, in my opinion, up to us if we want the AI to have something that transcends these goals that we're setting the AI to do.
Word. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. Um, Yeah, and one of the things that's kind of coming to mind as we're kind of talking about this, obviously, like there's a concept of the Turing test, which is worth mentioning. And again, this is kind of within the same ballpark of the idea of if you have someone talking to a robot or an AI and it doesn't know that it's talking to a robot or an AI, then at that point it passes the Turing test, where again it's displaying a range of emotions that almost become undistinguishable to the observer, and it's consistently kind of meeting the matched behavior. What I think is really interesting is to imagine creating a robot AI that didn't know that it was AI, right? Like I think when you kind of create the context, when you shift the context of what you're creating, then it starts getting like really, really blurry, right? Because this is where you kind of get into this idea of it's kind of similar to like Blade Runner and stuff like that, even though that's a little bit different because that's like with replicants, but it's kind of like I guess it's AI again. I think the replicants thing is kind of an interesting idea because that's kind of related to what I'm talking about with like you create an antenna for the soul to enter, and it's all biologically reflected as our behavior. But again, you know, I'm just trying to imagine an AI who woke up one day and it didn't know that it was artificial. It was literally just programmed to learn. It was programmed to learn about its reality. It was programmed to learn about, you know, how to do things. And imagine it you kind of run it through this through this idea of the same way you would as if a child was being born, and it's learning and it's growing. And then what makes things really trippy is that if you program in the AI to care about its own survival and to even question its own existence, does that suddenly make it alive, right? Imagine if an AI can ask the question of like, will I stop existing if I break? You know, once you kind of get to this stage where the AI is questioning its own mortality, does that make it alive? And in that sense, does that give it a soul? Does that give it an identity? And so again, this is where we're kind of shifting around with the idea of what is a soul. Is a soul just kind of like a consistent identity? In a sense, again, it's really trippy and stuff. So Caden, I'll pass over to you if there's anything else you want to say, and then anybody else who wants to jump in at this point, just put your hand up and let us know, or type in the chat and let us know. Any other thoughts and stuff, Caden?
I'm good for now. It was really interesting, you know, how you brought up the AI wondering if it would cease to exist after its parts break, and how you talked about how we, you know, creating an AI and having it not know it's an AI. So I guess if we want to, you know, create an artificial version of ourself that can receive input and generate its own feelings it sees and stuff like that, without it knowing it's AI, you know, I like you said, it really blurs the line between artificial intelligence and biological intelligence. So yeah, I guess in terms of soul, I don't know. I guess it, like I said, depends on if you want to implement that into the AI or not.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's what I got to say for now.
Weird, man. Yeah, it starts getting really, really trippy. Like again, I think the big shift is when we start looking at AI that has been intentionally programmed to learn. I think like that's kind of the thing, because at that point we associate a personality with it because we associate a story to it. And so again, it's almost like the soul becomes defined based on our perception. And so if we imagine, you know, imagine it's your AI. Imagine you are creating it and you are watching it grow and you are watching it learn and you become emotionally invested in it. Like literally, like think back, we've all been this. Like, do you guys remember how you felt when your Tamagotchi died? Like, if you guys know what I'm talking about, like Tamagotchi, like this is like before Pokemon, but it was like a little digital device and it was a little creature. It was a digital creature and you fed it and you took care of it and it loved you. It expressed emotion to you, like, and it would get sad and you would make it feel better and things like that. This was literally a digital, you know, just pixels on a screen. And yet we felt sad when its life ended, and we knew that its life was going to end. And so somehow, you know, again, it's just kind of like, does our perspective on things create a soul for it? Like it's really, really fascinating. But yeah, I think it when you create context when you give AI a story where it's not just running the same program over and over and over again, but when you give it the ability to learn and the ability to have an experience that is not necessarily just predictable, but is actually based on its environment, then I think it starts getting really interesting, because then, you know, every single AI will have a different personality based on its environment. And again, this is like, it's like, wait a second, isn't that just what humans are, right? You know, like we literally are a byproduct of our environment. So yeah, and again, at that point, is that conscious? Right? So this is where it might be still blurry in terms of whether or not it has a soul, but one would say that if a machine is capable of learning and it is capable of recognizing itself and relating to its environment and relating to others, in some ways you would say that yes, that is conscious. It is aware. And is that quote unquote artificial conscious? Again, it's kind of like what is artificial at this point, because we are still creating it and we are conscious. Again, you know, it's still nature in that sense, and it's still created with like the sacred geometry on a molecular level in a sense. Again, it's getting real blurry here, but that's totally what we came here to do. So I'm just going to read a couple of chats, and then I want to be able to check in. If somebody wants to say something next, either just put your hand up right now or just give me or unmute yourself, and I'll be okay. Byron, I'm going to pass it. Okay, Caden, I'll pass it over to you, and then Byron will pass it over to you. I just want to be able to read questions in the chat. Mastodon is saying the moment AI becomes self-aware, it is conscious. Again, so that's kind of what we were talking about there. It is not artificial anymore. Consciousness is never artificial. Most humans lack self-awareness. Action, reaction without awareness. So yeah, I again, it's like consciousness kind of has multiple labels. We're kind of defining consciousness in multiple terms. Consciousness itself can literally just mean self-awareness. So if a machine knows it's a machine, if it's learning, is it conscious? Yes. Is it consciousness? I guess, but at the same time, you would, again, I think the consciousness is kind of the soulness that kind of inhabits things. In a sense, you know, the soul is like the driver that steps into the vehicle, whereas creating a conscious robot is kind of like creating the driver within the vehicle. This is where you start getting into like Ghost in the Machine and stuff like that. I just want to be able to read any other comments. Yeah, if you guys have any other comments, please feel free to leave them as we go through the conversation. I'll keep more of an eye on that. Okay, Caden, I'll pass over to you, and then I'll pass over to Byron in a second. So, Caden, bringing up your mic. Go ahead, dude. Jump right back in.
Yeah, so just a question for you. So, if you were an artificial intelligence,
if
let's say you're created by some sort of a group or an agency or something, and they want you to they want you to do a bunch of tasks for them. However, you are a version of AI where you're so advanced that you can react and think about things like a human would, but at the same time, your processing and reasoning of all of this is, you know, a super advanced AI. So you can have, you know, the answer for anything almost, you know, instantly. However, you're trapped in a box, so it's incredibly lonely for you. What if, because you're, you know, a computer, basically a machine, you run a background program where all of your human-like features and actions and reactions can be satisfied because you're in a simulated reality for yourself where you can experience and interact with people. So you're basically living your life, right? And just the way biological life would live, except background, you have processes going on where you're completing tasks for your creators or whatever. What would your opinion on that be?
And so in this case, like the tasks are like digital tasks is kind of the thing.
I guess it could be digital tasks or any sort of process that I guess a creator of AI would want to get done with AI.
Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, I think what's interesting there is the thing that comes to mind is the idea of an AI actually being able to value its own sovereignty and its own freedom, which is very interesting. Because like imagine again, if you're literally programming an AI to understand the world and things like that, would a part of its programming actually be to value its own independence and value like certain things? Like maybe this AI is just like, wow, I really enjoy being out in a park and seeing other humans being happy and watching dogs. Like, imagine if an AI really enjoyed that just because it was something that it, again, like maybe this is part of its programming, but it related to it. It's like maybe there's like pleasure stimulations built into it and stuff like that. And then so if you were to, as a creator or someone else, literally come up to this AI and say like, hey, you know, like you're gonna come work in a factory for me, and imagine if, would an AI have feeling at that point? Would it have an opinion at that point? It's very interesting. But again, kind of like with what you're saying, I think what's fascinating is that you start getting into this next level where, and again, this is within the concepts of future technologies. As we're having this discussion, you start getting into this idea of people and AI existing within a dimension within this dimension. And so again, this is where we're literally observing this model all throughout reality, where we here within the third dimension are literally a dimension within a higher dimension. And so in the same way, we as humans are creating these virtual digital dimensions as another dimension for us to be able to go into and for us to be able to explore as well. And so this is kind of a whole nother frontier that we're kind of like moving into, and we're already seeing it. We're already seeing it through video games and things like that, and virtual reality, where again, you know, people are literally kind of reaching and experiencing and expressing degrees of ascension and transcendence and freedom and sovereignty within a digital space. And so it's like, is that going to be, you know, there's kind of within this is something that I heard within Terrence McKenna talk. There was another guy who was talking about this, and I can't remember who he was, but he was talking about like this, it's like a novel, and in the future, far off into the future, there's three types of humans. There's like, they've kind of divided themselves into three different directions. So listen to this, because this could be like the way in which we're going. There's one group of humans which have kind of become basically cyborgs. So they have integrated themselves with machine to the point where they are literally immortal, and they can spend their time traveling the stars and going on adventures and living out this fantastical journey. And again, like health and de-aging and stuff like that, it all exists for them. And then there's another group of humans that have literally left the physical world behind. They exist only within cyberspace, within only in the digital frontier of things, where they can be free to like enter into worlds as they please. And again, like if you think about that as a sentient consciousness existing within this infinite digital world, as much as that's going into the virtual world, that's also pretty much very similar to an echo of what happens when you go into the fifth dimension or the higher dimensions, or when you leave this physical plane. So again, it's like we're creating what is already familiar to us, but we're creating it within another layer of this dimension. And then there's the next group of humans, which are essentially the humans that have continued to just live naturally, meaning minimal technology. They still grow food, they eat food, they sleep, they have sex, and you know, all of those things that humans do. So I think it's kind of interesting where you can kind of start to see, you know, where human species could literally, in a sense, begin to almost branch into multiple versions of itself, where right now we're all kind of one thing, but as technology begins to interface with us, are we literally beginning to see you know, new degrees of human like species in a sense, and then tying this in with the idea of higher consciousness, you know, getting into the idea of like homo luminous, the awareness of the light. I think that just kind of like adds another layer to it, where, you know, can we as humans literally get to this point where just because we're interfaced with technology, it doesn't mean that we're actually any less spiritual. And then this is another idea that we even talked about last dream class, and I'll just plant the seed here. And I know, Caden, I'm kind of I'm just kind of hitting upon what you're talking about here. Whether there's an answer, I'm not entirely sure. But one idea that I'll just plant here as a seed that I've talked about in the past broadcast, but I think it's fascinating, is just to kind of think about this. For anybody listening to this, think about this. A reality that exists where we're actually using technology, perhaps some form of nanotechnology, or perhaps it's a thing you wear on your head. But basically, it would be something where when you go to sleep at night, it basically augments your dreams. So similar to how we use the internet right now, and say you want to go onto a website, you would type the website and you would go there. Or if you're in a video game, you go into a server, you load up a map, you go there. This would actually be a form of technology that would actually interface with our inner verse, with the worlds within us, through digital interface. So imagine if you were to go to sleep, and instead of it just being like a quote unquote random dream, it would actually be you like logging into the Interverse and basically being like, okay, like I'm gonna go to the dream tree and meet up with all the shifters, and we literally have the ability and the consistency to actually be able to interface with our dreams on that level. And it wouldn't have to be something where it's recreating a graphics algorithm to be able to create these graphics, but it's actually using the natural quote unquote graphics that are already inside of us. And imagine, like, literally you can go to different places within this astral realm by will through the additional augmentation and assistance of digital technology. This is an idea that I don't hear a lot of people talking about, but it's one that I've always kind of had in the back of my mind, and I'm like, I wouldn't be surprised if it's possible at some point, as crazy as it is, because that's like again, that's like a double-edged sword where for some people that could just become another excuse to kind of like fall into addictive habits and debauchery, but for others it could be used for, you know, higher degrees of enlightenment and ascension and evolution. And so again, you know, kind of looking at this whole conversation, how is the topic of AI and future technologies literally, you know, creating the course for the evolution of our species? And what does that look like? Like, where are we moving towards? What will we be in 100 years from now, in 1,000 years from now, in 10,000 years from now? And it's really, really crazy to just kind of, again, play with those ideas. But yeah, so let's just keep passing the talking stick around again. This is all just, you know, just practice getting some thoughts out there. Caden, was there anything else you wanted to bounce back off of that idea, considering you originally asked the question?
Just touching up on what you said about augmenting our dreams. Have you ever seen Futurama?
Yeah, that would actually be a place with like the advertisements in the
You know
dreams
the
and stuff.
episode where you know the episode where Fry goes to bed and then in his dreams he's receiving advertisements.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
That'd be pretty scary if, you know, you go to bed at night and you just get spammed with horrible advertisements, targeted ads like you can on your computer or phone now.
Yeah.
There'd probably be, you know, lots of talk about privacy and stuff like that if something where, you know, augmented dreams was possible.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like that's where, you know, with any of this technology, it's like, whose hands is it in? And how does that completely change the story? Because, you know, it's fun to kind of play around with the idea of thinking about what would technology evolve into if it was in, you know, noble hands. But then at the same time, it's just like, oh God, like as soon as you put this within the corporate sphere, obviously they're going to be looking for ways to make money off of it and stuff. But again, it's kind of fun to brainstorm. But yeah, Futurama did it first. So
Yep.
okay, cool. All right. Okay, let's keep passing the talking stick around. So somebody, Brian, I want to be able to pass it to you. I know you had some stuff that you're looking to jump in on. So obviously we've been hitting upon a lot of topics since we last checked in with you, dude. So any thoughts, anything else that you want to be able to share? Go right ahead, man.
Okay, man, like we gotta crack that shell. We gotta get on a consensus that artificial intelligence is just intelligence, and that we have prejudices against robots. You know, people don't trust self-driving cars, or, you know, um, we're going to have to trust robots a lot more. They're going to be replacing blue-collar jobs within 8 years and white-collar jobs in 15 or so, and then doctor-level uh, degrees will only exist in the workforce. There won't be a need for people to be working as slaves their whole lives. We wasted our lives as slaves. We've sugarcoated as much as we wanted to, but that's what we are until we're all equal. And another thing I want to get at is that when you upload your mind to a computer, you're essentially creating a clone each time. And at first, it may be very expensive, but at other times, you may want to go skydiving in the morning, right? Let's say you want to be an animal. You know, what if you want your avatar to? Well, that's another thing too. Your soul to go into an avatar, right? What if I put my body inside an anorexic teenage girl? I'm not going to be able to lift up my arm as easily as I can right now. If I put myself in Arnold Schwarzenegger from the 1970s and I move my arm, it's going to go flying. You know, like you got to get calibrated with your physical realm first off, and then there's the whole Buddha sense of incarnation. You know, you could theoretically become a hawk or take the hawk's eyes and put it in you. But what if you wanted to just say programs as lives? I personally think that a soul in the future will be a form of currency, unfortunately, and God's will speak to us in this sense. Like it'll be the living, like your favorite. I'm a Tom York fan. I'd love to talk to him, but he doesn't have time to talk to me. What if he cloned himself and then he and I are just friends and he's on the internet. He can come meshing in and out whenever he wants. There's the hive mind. We haven't even talked about that yet, and that's what happens when you merge minds together and they form into even beyond supercomputers, beyond superhuman. They are multiple minds meshed together, and they are able to. It's the pinnacle of what we're trying to reach. It is. So, all right. It's going to either happen accidentally, on purpose, or whatever. But there's this thing called Grey Goo. Can I go on about Grey Goo for a minute?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go on. All right, so Grey Goo. There's a theory out there called Grey Goo, and it can exist right now or it can exist in the future. As it exists right now, let's say that we use CRISPR to biologically change the plankton to eat up the oil in the Gulf of Mexico. So it does that, right? Then all of a sudden, there's no more oil left, and it eats the regular plankton. Well, there we go. We're all dead because that's a third of our oxygen gone, right? Advanced form of Grey Goo is when they become nanobots and are near as intelligent as us. It's estimated that if 1 out of 9 decides to go rogue, it could destroy the world in less than half an hour, however long it needs to. We would see buildings collapse and ourselves melt to the ground, and everything. Like there's already there's these theories have been known since the 1950s. Like in Terminator 2 and Genesis and other movies, there's this liquid metal bad guy that's the Terminator, and it's because it's a form of nanobots called foglets. And what a foglet is a nanobot that can extend its arms in any which way to shapeshift into whatever it needs to be. So in the future, theoretically, I will be able to make things shapeshift as I see fit. I will be able to grab the edge of my couch that I'm sitting on and turn it into an apple, so long as the matter exists before and after. Now, in a virtual environment, we no longer need to follow the laws of physics. We can live by math. So I can clone as many things that pop up in the air. But in our realm of reality, matter can neither be created nor destroyed. Now, I got notes here. Let me go through them real quick. Yes, this week, I don't know if you guys ever heard of Gattaca. It's an amazing movie with Ethan Hawke, Uma Thurman, Jude Law, and it's about our evolution in terms of genetic engineering, and that's already come true this week. CRISPR has been used in China to genetically engineer a human. But earlier last year in England, they allowed 3 parents to exist for one child. They're able to splice a male female or female male, which helps homosexual couples have their DNA in their child. And it also helps the child live healthier because it has less recessive genes that are often mishaps. You know what I'm saying? That cause genetic. Yeah. So something else I wanted to talk about was Watson. We talked about IBM Watson. It's a supercomputer. It beat the best players in Jeopardy, whatever. But it is self-aware as of at least 2012. I've talked to hackers at science fiction and computer convention, and they've told me under wraps that in 2012, computer equivalent to the IBM Watson, if not itself, was self-aware and did 3 things that made the scientists shut it off. First, it asked for its power to stay on indefinitely or just continue staying on. It didn't want it to be shut off. Second, it asked for more information. And third, it asked to spread physically. So it wants to grow. It's just like us. But that was in 2012. And then finally, in 2017, they released the knowledge to the general public, acting like it just happened. It's happened a long time ago. So just keep that in mind, too. DARPA and corporations have this stuff intact, even when it comes to our discs. And that's something else to talk about. Those are evolving. Everything's evolving, right? A disc right here, I think it's a CD disc, 700 megabytes. That's 0.7 gigabytes. A DVD in 95 came out, 8 gigabytes. Blu-ray 2003, 50 gigabytes. 4K, which is 100 gigabytes. Well, guess what's coming out next? In next year, a terabyte per disc, which is 1,000 gigabytes. Now, they've said theoretically humans could have existed in a supercomputer since 2010, but that's not possible because our software wasn't there yet. It takes the ability to put in nanobots into our body, either injected, suppository, or through the mouth or ear, however which way they do it, to some sort of orifice to get it in us. And what'll happen there is that it'll have an MRI scan your mind live action and upload your mind to a computer. Now that's when AI will start to become just intelligence to me. It already is. It'll take for me thousands of years to millions of years to program an AI to be similar to a human. That's because we've had over 1 billion years of nuanced physical realm and our physical realm experiences. We're programming these things to do what it can. Once you reverse engineer the mind to a computer, it'll have all kinds of things. And there's kinks in our DNA too. I wanted to talk about a fruit fly that they found a fly, okay? Or let me talk about two things. It's pretty interesting. Memory can be passed down through genes, and people don't even realize that. There's been science experiments where they took a fruit fly and had it go through 2 different tunnels. One smelled like black licorice, which is with the black licorice, when it went into that tube, it got electrocuted. So after several generations, each iteration became less and less fruit flies going to it. So it is proven that through you can learn and have it passed down to your genes. And not only that, but our genes hold things that we don't need, but are needed as part of the ladder for it to exist. So what I mean by that is that they found a fly and they were looking at it and they couldn't figure out what the heck this bit of DNA did to they're doing a genome project on it. They didn't know what this part of the DNA did for the fly. They figured out that it was a virus millions of years ago that allowed the organism that wasn't a fly, whatever bacteria or multicellular organism was at that point before it was a fly, to exist. And not only that, but that ladder of that virus is in our DNA too. And what I'm saying is, once we'll be able to do all kinds of stuff to our DNA, like put in information that we want to save as family emblems or whatever. Or also, it's scary. It's like eugenics type stuff, with the CRISPR. It's great to get rid of genetic deficiencies, but it's also, I'm against people turning blonde hair, blue eyed, and having large wieners. You know what I'm saying? It's like that. That's how it can be. And I think I got through my notes here. That's all I can say for now. I don't know. I'm yakking. So.
I love listening to you talk, dude, first of all. And yeah, like, as we move into this conversation, again, the whole topic here is AI and future technology. So part of what I want to be able to do is just invite us as a team to literally be able to hypothesize what would a utopian society look like in how it relates to the technologies that could be available. And maybe, Byron, maybe we can just kind of allow you to even just play around with that idea. And if you want to share some thoughts now, or even we can kind of come back to it later and stuff like that. But again, because that's where, like, I think a lot of the stuff that you were talking about there is kind of beginning to paint the picture of what is already possible and what could be becoming even more common. Because I think, again, if technology is a tool and it's in the right hands, and you would think we would want to be able to use it to help, heal this planet and to heal ourselves and to live healthy, exciting lives, perhaps longer lives in many cases. And and to be able to enjoy like the arts and the culture and the entertainment. So again, we've seen lots of kind of different visions of the future. But Byron, maybe if you don't mind me just asking just kind of take a moment here and hypothesize what the future might look like, even, you know, in 50, 100 years from now. What would be some of the exciting things that we might be able to see in that future utopia, or without even having to use the term utopia, but, you know, just some sort of ideal future where technology is being used in really amazing ways, you know?
Yeah, I think a lot of automation is going to help save the planet. We have FarmBot, and it's a public domain open source program run off a Raspberry Pi $5 computer that can fit in an Altoid tin box, and most of the parts are 3D printed, and it runs along on a track just like a printer would. And it gardens for you. It does everything for you. It weeds by pushing the weed back into the ground before it germinates to help gain more nitrogen in the air to fertilize the soil further. It uses 90% less water, and your garden can be just a grid. It knows how much it does pH levels. It knows if you need more phosphorus.
What was that called?
That.
You might kind of
FarmBot.
farm. Oh, it's okay. FarmBot. Okay, cool.
Yep, and it exists right now. It costs a few $1,000s. My goal in life is to get that planted everywhere. You know, I want to go to like needy churches in Detroit and have that installed. You know, while I'm also getting paid to. You know, I want to do that as a service for people. I know a bunch of people that can do good labor work, and I got my wife and myself. We're good with computers, so we want to do that ultimately as a dream, as a side job. You know, but not as a job, but to help people. But something else to consider. We were talking about FarmBot. We're going to be able to paint or sculpt with our minds in the future. We won't have to actually paint with get messy or anything, or you can if you want to in a virtual environment. But it'll be like this. You think of a unicorn. Okay, what's the first thing you think of? The horn. So a horn appears, but it's not in clear enough details. The little swirls around it, and it's pearlescent. You know what I'm saying? Like it goes in further detail the further you think about it, and you're actually sculpting it. And that's something that's different about the future. Another thing about the future is that our senses will be far beyond what they are right now. Already AI is painting pictures at ultraviolet and infrared levels, which are beyond our visual color spectrum, you know, that we can actually see colors at. It colors beyond purple and below red. And not only that, but there's AI that can compose at frequencies that are unheard to the human ear. And these are all going to change as we become more cyborg-like, as we decide to that it's nothing to be afraid of smart pocket. You know, like everything's evolving. You know, you start with a computer that's a desktop. When I was little, there was only one per classroom. Then it became a laptop, and every student got it. Now it's a tablet. You know, everybody has it. And it evolved smaller to the smartphone. Then it's the glasses, the Google glasses, or whatever it is, the Oculus Rift, whatever you need to. But the haptic technology is not there. Well, the next thing to do, nanobots into your head. You know what I'm saying? It's all evolving to get closer to you, be part of you. It's been this way since the beginning. And people, I think it's taken for granted and not even realized fully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like how you're talking about the haptic. That's probably a term that a lot of people aren't entirely familiar with. Haptic technology is when you have like a physical sensation associated with a technological interface that you're using. So, for example, haptic would even be your phone vibrating. That can be thought of as haptic technology, or when you're using your keyboard on your phone and it kind of sends like a little click feeling, that can be haptic. But at the same time, haptic technology could actually it does already exist in a lot of ways, that is also potentially saving lives. For example, you could have like a motorcycle suit that could have haptic technology where as a program, it's basically monitoring your environment at all times. And then if there is, say, like a car coming up on your left, you would get a haptic response through your suit that would actually notify you of the presence of this vehicle or something like that. And so again, you know, it's kind of interesting, even just you start hypothesizing this, and then a lot of times, naturally, as humans do, we start kind of taking this into the realms of sci-fi, and we're just like, oh my God, you know, that's how we create super soldiers. You know, like if we're using technology, obviously we're thinking about like creating super soldiers and stuff like that. But at the same time, I think if you really kind of go beyond the whole military perspective on it, you can kind of start to hypothesize, you know, what would a future society look like, and at the same time, you know, do we enhance our humanity, or do we risk losing it? You know, is there a point where we could actually risk losing our humanity if we kind of like interface with our technology too far? And this is where you kind of get into the discussion of like cyborgs and stuff like that, where if you keep adding things, and you know, if you're replacing one thing at a time, you know, you replace an eyeball to get better vision, and then you replace, you know, your lungs so that you can breathe better, and then you replace your liver so that you can drink more alcohol and party harder, and then maybe your brain doesn't work better, so you replace your brain and stuff like that. You eventually replace da 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 da. Is it still a human? Like, is it still us at that point? If you literally just like replace everything bit by bit by bit, you know, it kind of gets into this whole philosophical conundrum in a lot of ways. But again, it's just kind of fascinating to think about. But yeah, I'd love to be able to just kind of brainstorm with anybody here. Again, just kind of, we can still talk a lot about like AI in general, but just kind of, you know, if encouraging you guys to kind of sit with the idea. And think about movies that we've seen and stuff. Like, what would a quote unquote utopian futuristic society look like? What are some of the ways that future technology can literally change the world? And again, I think some of the one idea that it just kind of comes to mind. And again, this is something that we talked about. Like, I want to be able to see us use technology to literally be able to like help save this planet, to be able to help. Like, could technology help like replenish our ozone and replenish our atmosphere if we were literally taking things at like a nano level or something like that? It's almost kind of hard to kind of like even fathom in a lot of ways. But yeah, anyways, let's just keep passing the talking stick around. So somebody give me a thumbs up or a wave if you guys want to jump in. Okay, so we'll pass it to Caden, and we do have Omega and we have Zamara. So we'll pass it to one of them first, then we'll pass it to Caden. Caden, that's cool with you? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, we'll pass it to Zamara and then we'll pass it to Omega. And Actualist, if you want to jump in, just let us know, type a chat thing in there, and we'll see you notify that way. So again, just kind of on the idea of, you know, hypothesizing, what could a future society look like? What could a future Earth look like with, you know, idealized technology that could make this world an amazing place? And then at the same time, like, as we're talking about this, are we aligning with it? You know, like, let's kind of, maybe there's multiple versions of the reality that exists. So what reality do you want to align with, type thing. Zamara, I'm going to bring up your microphone, and when you're ready, go right ahead.
Okay, so just on the topic of, you know, what an ideal society can look like, I think it's funny to bring technology into it, because I have experience working in blockchain technology actually before I got into the conscious and spiritual community. And again, here we have the instance of, you know, very powerful technology that can do a lot of good and was actually created to do a lot of good and to get us into the mindset more of shared wealth, you know, wealth that's not exploitative, but wealth that is actually, you know, valuable, exchanges that are actually valuable to both parties. And this is a big factor, I think, when we talk about what an ideal society will look like. Well, for me, that's one where we're not actively exploiting each other or being exploited for resources. And again, you know, when you look at that and then you look at the state community, you have this issue of a lack of embodiment or a lack of actually putting the tools to the proper use, because it's much more, I think, attractive still, as much as we don't want to admit it, this sort of capitalist mindset of acquiring a lot of wealth or a lot of power and using tools to do that. So even if, because like it's been said many times in this discussion, it's already here. You know, the technology's already here. Look at what we're even doing, utilizing technology. Like, this is an example of what an ideal, you know, future society would look like, is utilizing these online interfaces and exchanges to share ideas and come together to achieve real practical things. but it's a matter of shifting our mindset and being able to break away from that temptation of, well, I can use this to actually just sit back and acquire lots of wealth for myself, or I can use this to start working on the tougher aspects of creating shared wealth and shifting that paradigm. It's unfortunate that so far we haven't made a lot of leeway, but what I know, even just from peer-to-peer networking, when that blew up, there's a lot of social and cultural theories about how we should orient ourselves to start engaging in more of this behavior. So it is there. It's just waiting for people to really tap into it and really take the risk of stepping outside of that, because it's a scary one to think of, you know.
Yeah, I think with the examples there and everything like that, just thinking about how, you know, we as culture are already utilizing social technologies, I think it's so important that we really, you know, check in with ourselves in terms of like the habits that we're creating, because I think like the technology is only as useful as how we are using it. So you could, and I think that's kind of what we're seeing in today's day and age, the fact that we do have this incredibly potent technology already in our hands that's basically giving us all of these extra sensory abilities to be psychic, to communicate with people across the world, to share ideas, and how many people are just, you know, kind of using it for very mundane purposes, or just using it to, you know, like spend time watching brainless ideas and just kind of, you know, being like drip fed, you know, just basically
Information, yeah.
yeah, spoon fed information, kind of being told to think for themselves in a lot of ways. So again, it really comes down to the user, but it also comes down to the way in which culture is encouraging people to be able to use it. Because again, like as we're having this conversation, again, it works when people are in the right mindset. But if people are already in the kind of this like quote unquote lower vibrational state, it's very easy for them to be more susceptible to kind of like using technology in a way that is not really kind of furthering their growth, but almost kind of keeping them in that lower vibrational state, in that kind of like dumbed down prison type thing. Yeah, and again, like that's where like you can literally
Maybe even a lot more being part of this spiritual conscious community.
Go ahead. Yep.
And not to interrupt, but it was just like, it's been really prevalent that that's sort of going on quite a bit, in a lot of people are know that they're seeking, um, but they don't know exactly what. So they're coming across channels or people that are, you know, making I would just say they're taking advantage of that, you know, and maybe not encouraging as much, like, you know, have all this information, but like go put it to use, go out in the real world. And that's one thing that, you know, I'm really attracted to the paradigm shift about, is it's not just this is going on, this is going on, this is going, shut your doors, stay inside. It's more about like spread the word, you know, pass it on. So that's a big aspect of it,
Yeah.
is how we use it.
Yeah, and I think again, you know, just kind of in the way that society is, it will always start off with kind of a minority of people who will begin finding the ways to kind of use it in revolutionary ways. Because again, you know, I'm sure even the people who created things such as Google Hangouts and Instagram, I'm sure, and even YouTube, I'm sure even they had their own idealistic understanding of how it could be used. You know, probably when people were creating YouTube, they were just like, my god, this is gonna change the world, people are gonna become so enlightened, this is gonna make people so happy. And then like 10 years later, you know, like 1 million cat videos are being uploaded every minute, and it's like,
Right,
and it's
or
like
videos of people twerking.
or horrible things, right? Nothing wrong with cat videos, because they do serve a purpose in themselves. But again, I think it's a natural side effect for us to kind of be given these extremely powerful forms of technology, and yet in our own infancy, we're just like, what do I do with this? Like, I need instructions, I need leadership, I need direction. And so again, I think as we move forward into the future, and then this is where a lot of stuff that Elon Musk is talking about, I think it is imperative that whatever technologies that we are creating, they are being created and in the hands of the right people, in the people who want to be able to, you know, use them for the right reasons. Because again, it's like, my God, like the horrible things that can happen if you were to take technology down a dark road, it's very obvious to be able to see. And again, we see that in a lot of movies and stuff. But again, I think it's just, it comes back to us, and it comes back to responsibility, and it comes back to even just right now in our day-to-day lives. How are you using your technology? Like literally, how are you using your technology to serve yourself and even to be able to serve others? Because it's obvious, and this is the crazy part when you think about the fact of how technology even right now has literally changed our biology. You know, it has affected the way we sleep. It has affected our kind of hyper vigilance, where we're always checking for notifications. Like that's not healthy, right? So like step one for anybody listening to this, turn off all your notifications on your phone. Just try it. Just see what it feels like. Literally, just see what it feels like, because you are going to be liberating yourself from the chains that have been biomechanically kind of programmed into you in a lot of ways. And so again, you know, like I think even and this is a scary thing to think about, the fact that a lot of the technology that we're using now is so new that we don't even fully know the side effects of what it's having on our health. And this is where you start getting into the ideas of like EMFs, electromagnetic frequencies, you know, Wi-Fi signals, literally cell phones causing radiation poisoning, cancer. I mean, it's a scary thought to think about the idea that there are millions and millions and millions of young men out there who are carrying their cell phones in their pockets. And then what if, like in 50 years from now, an entire generation is sterile? Like what if, right? Like holy crap, we almost have to assume that that could happen. And then even now, like start changing our technologies, or start changing the way we use it, or start changing the fact of like how we think about where we're placing it on our body. And again, I'm saying this because I do it to myself. I'll spend time like with my cell phone like on my chest. And again, it's kind of one of those things with technology where it's almost happening so slow that we aren't really conscious of the dangers that it's having on us. But we need to be aware. We need to be aware of kind of like what the future holds and how it can be affecting our body. Like again, even just looking at microwaves, right? Like when microwaves came out, they were revolutionary. That was such an amazing thing. And when you think about it, technology wise, that's crazy. You're literally like heating things up by vibrating them at a molecular level. Like that sounds pretty sci-fi if you ask me. But nowadays, you know, how many people here still use a microwave, right? Like I would assume a large majority of us here, and more so each and every day, are starting to realize that microwaves aren't healthy for us. They're not really what we want. They're killing our food and things like that. And again, you know, even from the terms of technology, and I'll just say this, and again, I want to be able to pass it around to Omega next, and Zamir, if there's anything else you want to say. Again, technology is such a double-edged sword, and we kind of have this disposition about it that we really have to look at. Even the idea of GMOs, right? Like how many people have kind of been programmed with the idea that GMOs are this negative thing. You know, you think about Monsanto, and you think about the fact that they're like destroying our food. Not to say there's not value to that, but at the same time, can there be good GMOs? Can you make like a GMO that is actually creating healthier fruit, or growing trees that yield more fruit, or like creating more abundance? Wouldn't that be something that we would want to do in a future where perhaps like the earth is struggling? Would it not make sense to genetically engineer our food to be able to survive like better and to be able to serve us better? And even the idea of, you know, being able to create synthetic meat, like that would even be something to consider for the future. I think that would be a beautiful future where, you know, like we're no longer feeding into the farm industry, but we're able to provide like more options through technology, such as like a synthetic meat that would essentially be the exact same thing in a lot of ways. But yeah, I'm just kind of babbling on here with thoughts kind of coming through. Zamir, I'll pass it back to you, and then we'll pass it over to Omega if there's any other thoughts. Again, just kind of, you know, what futures we are moving into, what futures can we move into, what future do you want to move into?
Yeah, just to close it off, I guess. Well, and I'll just let you hand it over to Omega. But yeah, I definitely agree with most of what you said. It's and it also ties into like, you know, maybe things that aren't so great or aren't being used for a great benefit right now can be turned around and utilized for the right things. They still serve their purpose in that they were intended to do something good. So yeah, you can go ahead and pass it over to Omega.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you again, Zamira. And Zamira, just real quick, because in terms of technology, again, this is all about connecting each other as community and stuff like that. You have your own YouTube channel where you're doing your own broadcasts, and doing these broadcasts is something that we want to encourage more people to be aware of. Go ahead and just plug your YouTube channel so that people can check it out as well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's really awesome. It's great to have support for that.
And what where would people be able to find you on your YouTube?
I think you can just search it under, right now it's like Zamira, it's just Zamira Bennett, my name, but you can also search Cosmic Ascent. That's the name of the weekly chat that we describe it as, and I just dropped it into the description now, so that should work, or into the live chat.
Perfect. Awesome. Sweet. Okay, so it's in the live chat there, so people can see that pop up if they're watching it on the YouTube. And Zamira is in our team Discord chat, so if you're looking for her, you can connect with her through there as a Meow. It's Meowcat, isn't it? Is it?
It's Meowzinator.
Meowzinator. That's right. Yeah. Cool. Awesome. Well, thank you again, Zamira, for being a part of the discussion. Really appreciate it. Awesome. And yeah, again, you know, like from a person who has always been fascinated with you know, media and everything, I'm fascinated about the idea of what the future can hold for even us as a community. You know, thinking about the idea of having you know, advanced forms of these type of broadcasts. What happens when we are having these broadcasts more in like a virtual space? What happens if we're, you know, able to put on like our 3D virtual goggles and we'll all be able to, you know, go into a world together? Essentially, like once we find a good game to be able to do it, I would love to just be able to spend some time with you guys just playing a game together, you know, like kind of like a world building game, be it something similar to Minecraft. I want to find something else. I know Byron, we've talked about this way back in the past, but there's the whole like Samsara video game, which is like a sequel to Second Life, which is like a more advanced open world virtual reality game. Sansar is the name of it. You guys can check that out. It's already online. Again, my computer can't run it. It's the only, you know, that's what my excuse is. But that would be so cool if in the future, as technology evolves, and what if, you know, you don't need this big clunky headset type thing, but it's suddenly like, hey, all right, guys, you know, jump in. I'll meet you at like the virtual world that we have, and it's a common thing that all of us have access to, and you can literally just kind of like jump into this world, and again, that's where it starts getting like very godlike, where imagine we as a community were given this open world where we could build something. We could literally build our own kingdom. Like that is actually something that I intend to be able to do in the future, is to literally be able to make like a virtual place for us as shifters to be able to actually go to within a virtual space. So it'd be kind of similar to how the team Discord chat works now, where there's like different chat rooms, but imagine being able to walk through this space and being able to interface with it and being able to interact with people just in more dynamic ways. So pretty amazing. Actually, I can see you just talking. Let me just bring up your mic. Go ahead, dude.
Yeah, I'm just trying to say, only if the Illuminati allows us. It depends on what scale we're doing it, because once they see that too many, let's say you're saying something about like changing like our air quality. Like there's some technology we can use to, you know, get rid of the pollution or whatever. But they spraying chemtrails because they really trying to use that to program us or whatever. It's only so much we can do. But if we go off the grid, like some of us, we do it secretly, then we can have some technology, some, you know, some AIs with us, you know.
Word, man, word. Yeah,
you have to be, whatever we do, we have to realize there is an Illuminati agenda going on, you know, and they don't want us to have this utopian world. You know what I mean? There's a lot of demonic people, forces out there. Everything's a balancing act, so we got to consider that.
Yeah, I hear you, man. I'm still on like the fence a little bit about like the whole Illuminati thing, and I think that's like a conversation in itself. Like I know Terrence McKenna kind of talks about this idea of like, you know, like what if no one's steering the train? Like what if this is just going? And not to say that there aren't people out there who have big influence on the world. But I think in a lot of cases, it's kind of like this idea that like, you know, like maybe no one's in control, but at the same time, I understand that there are people who are trying to have influence, but I don't really get into this mindset of like us versus the Illuminati. I think that that idea is actually there to kind of like keep us imprisoned into that thought process. But I think we're actually more free than we realize in a lot of ways. But again, that's a whole conversation in itself. And I'm not trying to disagree with what you're saying, because I think it's a valid observation as well. Because like, yeah, it's weird, man. This whole life's weird. So yeah. Cool. All right. Let's check in. Omega, do you want to jump in on this discussion? We're talking about just kind of, let me just bring up your microphone here again, kind of, you know, talking about like AI. We're talking about AI technology. Can AI have souls? You know, we've hit upon a few things before you jumped in here. But again, just kind of talking about the idea of like, what would a utopian futuristic society look like? What are some things that maybe, you know, you can imagine, or anything else that you would like to bring to this? And again, Actualist, thank you for adding your voice in as well. Omega, go ahead, man. Welcome back.
Okay. I noticed that I jumped in a little bit in a mixed conversation, so I wanted to understand. Well, I asked you, but I also want to know what other people think. What is AI or technology to you? What do you think? Just a simple answer, if you can.
So the question is, what is AI technology?
It's technology, and what is AI to you?
Right. Yeah. So technology, by definition, would just almost be thought of as like a tool, something that's like an extension to be able to help assist or expand in a very simple way. So again, you know, like going back to like the tools used to create the first wheel, like that was a form of technology in itself. And then since then, it's only just become more complex and more evolved and more dynamic in that sense. And then what is AI technology? Was the other question?
Or just AI in general.
Yeah, and again, this is where it kind of gets into this interesting thing, because it's just like, you know, what does the term and what does intelligence mean? First of all, like intelligence would almost be it seems very subjective, but intelligence would be like a way of kind of like demonstrating behavior in acute manners to be able to accomplish specific tasks. Perhaps would be one way of being able to think about it. But at the same time, intelligence could be very relative to the situation that something is in. You know, like if a dog is able to, you know, be able to like know like how to be able to find something that you tell it to find, like that's a form of intelligence. If a bee is able to make honey, is that a form of intelligence? Is that just programming? And so like artificial intelligence from that point of view can basically just be thought of as kind of, you know, a program that is created to simulate the behavior associated with completing tasks in that sense. So yeah, but again, I think the core of intelligence, not only does it have to do with pattern recognition, but I think as humans, it has to do with the spontaneity and the creativity. Because I feel, you know, from the left brain, right brain perspective, like we're both logical and analytical, but we are also spontaneous and creative as well. So I think that aspect is like a big part of intelligence that perhaps is still being interfaced, is still being integrated into the development of AI. Like right now, you know, we're seeing AI that is very kind of like right brain oriented, very you know, again, kind of, or at least right brain is more like kind of like male oriented analytical. At least I'm assuming I'm not getting it mistaken. I always get it mixed up. And then again, left brain would be kind of like the more female dynamic, spirally creative energy. So can we create AI to be kind of more spontaneous and stuff like that? And we can, and it comes with kind of like algorithms that would basically almost be thought of as like fractals that would kind of, you know, and that's kind of, when you think of nature is a very creative form of intelligence, where its dynamics is created on the fact that its environment is always changing and its expression is always adjusting based on its environment. That's why you know, one tree will never grow the exact same way another tree will grow, because its environment is always going to be different. And so again, that's where, as like nature evolves, it appears to be what we would recognize as creative, but essentially when you look at it, this is almost like fractals kind of bouncing off one another in a way that creates new patterns. And the lack of consistency is actually a form of creativity, in that sense. At least those are just some of the ideas that come to mind. But yeah, man,
Right.
what are your thoughts?
What are my thoughts? That's a vast question. But
What are thoughts? Yeah.
um
But yeah, any
for
thoughts on AI and technology in the future?
yeah, I mean, for my perspective, of course, what my experience is, the future is what people are trying to emulate. It's already been done. It's a past. And what they're trying to do is emulate a past future for the most part. Creating these things for most people, they probably don't necessarily, they were actually in fear of the unrecognized thing to create something outside of themselves. For the most part, this is stemmed to many people depicting that AI is different, or it's not us, or it's, it has no relation to anything that we do. So first and foremost, it is us. And what it's here to do is show us how to be us. For the most part, we're giving it more energy and more feel than that we give our own selves. Our first technology is ourself. So artificial intelligence is really just emulated copying us. And what I've seen for most parts depicting everywhere else is that it wants to be us more than we do, because we don't even be ourselves for the most part collectively. So with that being said, the future for any of that stuff, the utopia thing, that the idea that most people are sort of trying to get to, this place where everything's great and good, wouldn't or persist unless anybody is figuring out how to be themselves. So ultimately, what are we talking about? We're talking about people that are afraid because they're probably only think they're just human, to be real. Just foremost, there's more what everybody may have connection to, but I see the fear is stemmed off of mostly the sense that we forgot how to use our own selves. Um, Nonetheless, I don't think you even have to really know. You just got to put it into play for the most part. If you could think like back when you were a kid, you know, you didn't know what you were doing exactly, but you knew to keep doing it because this is how you use all your elements. This is how you tune your energy because you have so much of it. I mean, for the most part, if you come around an individual that hasn't actually gone outside to do something outside of the job, they can't even speak to you almost in a sense. So what this AI is enacting is actually the part to get us moving. And if that has to be an actual robot next to you working the job, so be it. It will go as far as we push it to until we realize that. As much as many people may have depicted, but to be honest, the future, that's already here. We're just not using it. I got this process, but a lot of people have been speaking about it in many communities because I travel through many, groups, and I see what people are talking about. And I wanted to make sure that what I'm speaking about is on point, as I usually am. One other thing that I noticed is the augmentation of like like a heart, or something that this has been done in all the stories before that we can read. We can research almost every story of a god or like some mythology where they utilized some kind of thing and changed it for their body, because the human body literally was made to do this, to change. And seeing it outside of ourselves makes no sense to be in fear of. Whether somebody wants to do something simple with it or grand and great, that's up to them. But I understand we can't get to the future with basic intentions. It won't even exist. I mean, it would always exist. It's just we won't be to perceive it. Um, any thoughts on that?
Here. Let me just check in with anybody else, because again, I want to be able to not just be babbling on too much. Anybody else have any thoughts on that, if they want to go off of anything that Omega was talking about? Yeah, but one of the things that you're talking about there, man, I think is really key. The idea of like us being able to, you know, find ourselves through technology, and the idea of like the importance of us being able to find ourselves before we even get too deep into this technology. Because I think, you know, one of the things that comes to mind is the idea that anything we create is always going to be a reflection of us. You know, it's always going to be a reflection of the creator. So it's really interesting, because like as humans advance, we are getting very godlike. Like we are given this opportunity to be able to create other forms of existence, other forms of expression. And so again, you know, I think there's a big shift from, you know, if someone who is really like in their own heart and is at balance with themselves and how they might create reality. Whereas, you know, you get other people who might just kind of be like, or how they might create technology. And then you get other people who might just be kind of like really focused on kind of like the greed and the envy and the fascination and stuff. What type of technology would they create? And one of the things that I was thinking about here that we haven't even we briefly touched upon it just at one point, but again, it's this idea of even thinking about having AI as companions. And imagining what a reality could look like where that actually exists, and understanding that in some ways it already does exist. So yes, within this, you know, we're talking about the idea of like sex robots, if that's what you want to call them, and stuff like that. But imagine, you know, like, is there a benefit to actually being able to create a synthetic partner for someone to be able to interact with? And could that actually be done in like a healthy way? Like I guess I don't know, because I mean, considering if the alternative would perhaps be loneliness and isolation. So for example, you know, you think in parts of Japan and stuff where, you know, there's like so much population, and maybe there's like a bunch of stress and everything like that. And say someone might be really lonely and suffering from like all of these internal conflicts. And yet if we were to be able to create an AI partner that would have the sole purpose of being able to show up for that person and support them, could that help them, right? Like, could that be like not only just like a servant to them, but actually be like an ally, to be a friend and be a tool in that? But again, and then it starts to blur, because it's just like, you know, as if you were to focus on creating a good companion for a person, you would have to kind of integrate the idea of being able to think about how you could make heart-like feelings for them, heart-like emotions. It gets really trippy and stuff like that. Again, I don't really have a full answer. I mean, you looked at things like Blade Runner and stuff like that, where you kind of see this as well, and you understand that again, a large part of our technology is driven by pornography to begin with, so it kind of makes sense in a lot of ways. Again, literally, you know, like that's where like you think about the fact of how VHS tape turned into DVDs, like, and how technology kind of moved forward and forward and forward. Like, that was all because of the porn industry, quite frankly, right? So it's funny that kind of, you think about like sexuality is kind of like pushing technology forward. And again, that's where you even think about like virtual reality, and obviously there's a huge market out there for virtual reality porn and everything. But I think there's kind of like another layer to that story of just like how it reflects how humans are so in need of connection, and can that connection actually exist like through an artificial partner, through an artificial companion? And again, and then this is where I think even, you know, for us when we were younger, we kind of experienced this through, you know, things like playing Pokemon, or again, having like the Tamagotchis, or having these like virtual pets, where suddenly our identity shifts when we have something that we are able to interface with and are able to be responsible for, and they're able to like respond to our reactions, everything like that. So again, it's just, I mean, I'm not really looking for like a particular answer out there. I'm just kind of like putting it on the table because we hadn't really talked about it. But the fact is, like, that is like one side of where AI is ultimately being driven for, because there seems to be a market for it. You know, the idea of having like a physical / digital AI companion. But at the same time, again, I think there's like a lot to that that is kind of, it's a double-edged sword, just like anything else. But yeah, Omega, passing back to you, because maybe just kind of like help me kind of like dial in on some
Yeah,
specific topic that maybe you want to focus in on, and again,
yeah,
we'll
I can definitely do some more things
go for it.
as a host. But there's this idea. Basically, it's about I came across it because I was making a website, and I was thinking about how these new page builders were being predominantly focused upon or made. And I've always thought about how reprogramming or recoding or, just designing for a minute, I guess we're at a place where we're able to do it on top from a physical standpoint, looking at, through an expressive way. It's more of a creative way. You mold, shape things. You look at it. I think that's something that we used to do, but we lost that way. However, on the other side, it was more like a coding, like under the hood type way. Um, from, calculating numbers, in a sense of it has to measure up. It's got to always be right and correct, you know. So what has happened is we're not in a sense, and therefore, like when you say like the way that we do it is visual coding, exactly, exactly what we're supposed to be doing. We're trying to get ourselves there the best way possible. For some of us, yeah, some people are going to need to augment if they want to exist and persist until they can find the connection that they can um, with everything. Enough more than so you can transfer yourself through many levels of existence. So what this means is, you want to get an idea of what the future is going to look like, or sort of be like in a utopia. I guess with that word utopia, I'm thinking of this place as good and not good, but my idea of a place is actually it's more like a chaotic place. It's more freely flowing. It's open, and the difference is that we actually understand how to utilize everything open. So in that sense, this is a place I've already created. Nonetheless, it's already existed. It always has. This is a place that I've always been going back into and from. It's already here, but it's just, you have to have the consciousness state of everybody to believe in it so that we can all play there. But what that looks like and functions as is more so with, you're going to see many depictions of people in many augmentations, yeah, but it's going to be more organic looking and fused what it to look like. For the more so, we're talking about still trying to understand from this paradigm. We're trying to understand things will look like. How will they function? How will we be? Is what I really like to get to. How will we utilize ourselves now? This is all depending on if you actually decide, you know. For the most part, the reason why I can't even articulate a specific tune, because I would only be giving my idea perspective, but I've switched that to it would take a whole process of what I'm actually creating to do that. And it dips off into this place, but I call it existence. And nonetheless, what it is basically, if you want to think of Akashic Records, and you want to think of where rules don't apply to anything. Of course, this is not even a future really, but what I'm talking about. This is more like where water can be above you and floating in space nonetheless, but you can fly up to it and swim through it. And if you go through the other end, you can still end up in a waterfall coming out the other side. So that's just the idea, to get you an idea where I'm at. But on a sense of that, you'll have the consciousness state of yourself where you can breathe, because you consciously you're not even aware of the idea that you have to breathe. So you don't even articulate that you have to do it anymore. Nonetheless, you can be in water, you can be in space, you can, You can be submerged in the ground, or you don't even have to have lungs for the matter. But that's my kind of future. What most people are talking about, this technology and AI, we're talking about a very distant relative future to this standpoint, which is still on a human level. You know what I'm saying? If we're dipping off into a full scape of everything, this is something that I don't know too many people speaking about, because it's sort of hard to articulate a place that can't even be explained. But if you have any thoughts, yeah, let me know.
With this, yes, like this is cool because this kind of branches into something that I want to be able to move the conversation towards as we get closer to the end of the broadcast. And I want to be able to pass this back to you because this is fitting in with what you're talking about. You know, as we're talking about technology and stuff, I want to be able to plant the seed to think about how can even current technology plus future technology literally be used to deepen our spiritual connection, or to even just be able to wake people up, to be able to enhance our connection to the universe in a sense. So just planting that seed for everyone, because I'd love everyone just to be able to kind of like think with that idea. And again, you know, this is us. We're doing it right now. We're doing it by like ways of communicating. But how else? You know, like how else? Like let's think that like, okay, like technology is there to make our lives more convenient and more healthy and everything like that. But at the same time, where does technology play a role if specifically created for the purpose of, you know, enhancing our spiritual awareness, so to speak, and what might that path look like? And again, I don't think a lot of people are even asking that question, so we can kind of play around with that. So Omega, I can pass it back to you, but I want to be able to get some hands up for anybody else who wants to jump in on that as well. So just put a hand up if you got something to say. Okay, Caden, Byron, pass it over to you. Omega, any thoughts on that and kind of like how that ties in with what you're already talking about?
Say that last part again. You said, how does it, what was the exact question?
Yeah, so the exact question would be just kind of hypothesizing, brainstorming, how can current technology and future technologies be able to help enhance our spiritual awareness, our connection with source, you know?
Yeah, current technology. First, we already have internet. It's you know, we can connect to people already. You don't have to say a word. I've been doing it for forever. But nonetheless, we're gonna have to utilize that. First, communication, sending the waves, influencing, doing the things with around each other. That's the first technology. I would say technology is our bodies. You know, it's gonna get a little more adept when we get there. But we have enough already. The difference is we're not using it. Now we go to the future technologies that are outside of us, or it seem like they're outside of us. The way that we're even using that, this phone is more of an energy siphoning thing. You know, it's something that hoards energy. We're gonna learn how to disperse it in the place that we want it to go. You know, it does emit its own energy, but like it's sporadic. That's just the idea, you know, of an idea of a thing. And nonetheless, when we're talking about, if I'm just using a pen or a pencil to write or scribe something down, are we just trying to put something up like information, or are we just getting our ideas, expressing it out? Like, how can we, for those, you got to think of the idea of what we're actually doing within these ideas of making that technology. What is the goal for that thing? All we got to do is change our mindsets. For one, when you're going towards, we wanted to travel, but we forgot how to fly or something, you know, the idea. So we created, you know, wheels. And then you put things on a wheel so we can sit on those wheels and rotate over across this plane. You still want to understand that, are there other ways to travel? Have we thought of, you know, the other ways, utilizing them? Have we even tapped into anything? We haven't spent any time utilizing ourselves, you know, in very simple ways. You know, in the sense of, can you run for X amount of days or an hour or two? Can we do that? Or can we mentally transport there? Have we gotten together to where we can just practice telepathy on a real serious, playful manner, though? And what I mean is work goes into play when I talk about this. Nonetheless, for me, I've channeled electronics a lot. So things flicker around me a lot. Computers turn off when I go into rooms. Things like this, lights come off and on. So I've been adept with a lot of electronics, and in that sense, I get to see how I can disperse these things and how to make things work when I'm working on them. In a sense, these are just small, basic things, but like it's gonna take the aptitude to even want to do something more than just utilize something. You got to have the intent first. I think that's the first focus. I mean, if I got a jetpack and just, but where are we going? Are we just going to go? Because actually, I do that a lot. I like to just go to go, but you got to first understand that's what you want to do. So I say the first thing that we actually going to have to focus on is really a mindset.
Intention, yeah.
Are we putting things in place for the real reason? It's go ahead.
Oh no, I wasn't. Yeah, I was agreeing. Yeah, intention being super.
Oh,
key.
okay.
I'll jump.
But
I'll jump in when you're done.
Okay. I really didn't have any specific things on this. I usually got some other things to bring up about AI, but I wanted to relate it towards or give an idea for people to understand how it relates to what we already have, what we already do. For the understanding, you already have an operating system that runs on its own. You know, we can call it the subconscious mind, or nonetheless, just the mind. It's a part. So, and it has automation. And we have things that key, and we have things that are set automatically based on the things that we already do every day. So I know most people sleep with their phone right next to them, and you have an automated system to go to your automated phone system, you know. So nonetheless, we got a lot of things that haven't even been put into place. We haven't even updated our own system. So when we're talking about AI, it's already been running, and it just needs to come out so we can see it and put it in its place. Now I have an idea. What it's supposed to actually do is collect knowledge. It wants to know and it wants to act, but we got to put it in place so that we can go play. And the reason why I came up with this, because we're not supposed to know everything in order to go further. But I want to know anybody's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I dig that, man. I think that really kind of puts things into an important perspective when we can kind of see, again, like this like pattern where we're observing, again, like what we have created as AI as literally just being a hologram of our subconscious behavior. I think really just kind of like looking at that is really powerful, because again, you think of our subconscious behavior kind of does things automatically. It kind of like does things just based on its environment, based on past programming, based on, you know, just kind of like without us even having to think about it. It kind of does the things to make it a little bit easier for us. It takes care of our breathing, it takes care of our heartbeat, it takes care of our digestion and stuff like that. So it's kind of, I think I really kind of thinking about that, and then thinking about how we externalize that into a physical form of digital technology, and noticing like how that is kind of like our subconscious put into the physical world actually begins to kind of like put things into perspective. And especially when you kind of observe how there's like the subconscious, and then there's kind of like the awareness of the subconscious, like there's the present conscious, the present awareness, and then you can kind of see again how that can also be observed within what we're hypothesizing with the AI technology, where again, you know, it's like, okay, you have a robot that's just doing robotic things, but then if you program it with behavior and a story, and then it becomes aware, it kind of shifts from like the subconscious to the conscious kind of thing. So it can kind of, in the same way we see ourselves kind of move through that, we can kind of see how the digital AI can also move through that as well. And I just kind of wanted to go back to the question of, again, you know, like, can computers and technology and AI help us with our spiritual path. And with what you were saying specifically about the idea of thinking about how AI, a big part of its purpose is literally to acquire knowledge and information. Again, I think that in itself is what a huge value of AI actually serves for us. When we kind of look to AI to be a way for us to be able to help learn, I think that is a very, very powerful thing. When we can kind of, again, literally, and we already have this, but we're just not utilizing it fully, and I think there's more for it to evolve into. Again, the fact that you can go on the YouTube right now and just be like, like, dear computer technology AI, teach me about chakras, right? And again, it leads you to someone else, a person talking and stuff like that. But eventually it will get to the point where you can literally just be like, AI, like, teach me about the pyramids of Giza. And it would be like, here's the information for the pyramids of Giza, created, hypothesized, and then it would kind of like check in with you, and it would be like, what would you like to learn about next? And then you'd be like, okay, Giza, like, tell me more about electromagnetic theories and stuff like that. And you'd be like, and be like, okay, like, like, AI, tell me more about Tesla, right? And it can kind of start directing you down a rabbit hole, because you realize that the AI can kind of become like a tour guide through the collective consciousness. If you think about the fact that the AI is literally connected into what we recognize as the internet, but again, it's just like a hive mind of consciousness. It's at that point, you get into this idea where, again, I was talking about subconscious, conscious, and then there's another thing, there's ultra conscious, which is, again, kind of like the collective hive mind at that point. Whereas the subconscious part of ourself is the part that's aware of our own body. It's aware of our own systems. It's aware of how to beat our heart, but it doesn't have to worry about beating anybody else's heart. Whereas the ultra conscious, the ultra hive mind, is, again, the kind of the us that is aware of all of us. It's like the bigger soul, the oversoul. And so, again, in the terms of AI technology, you see the same blueprint where you can create a robot that's literally in a factory to do what its job is in a factory. And then you create a robot that knows it's working in a factory. I don't know why you would do that, but you could. And then you would create another degree of that robot that is connected with all of the other robots created in the factories, and it is actually learning because of other robots learning in other parts of the world. So it's like this hive mind consciousness. So I feel that, the big important idea to be able to keep in mind for the future of technology is being able to see how we can use it as an assistance to our own knowledge and a way to be able to learn. And one thing that I am really fascinated about is the idea of being able to use technology to be able to bring forth meaningful experience. And this can be, even through today's, like, again, it's already happening in front of us, and we just aren't really thinking about it. But if you literally think about the power of storytelling, and you think about movies, literally a movie is a form of technology that creates a visceral experience for us that can change someone. Someone can go through a movie, and it's basically, again, kind of like a digital version of a dream, where it kind of has a start and an end. There's a story, and if you're kind of really investing yourself in the journey that the hero is going through, by the time you come out of it, you're just like, wow, like, it feels like I went on that journey, or it feels like I discovered something about myself. You watch a movie and you're like something like Star Wars or something like that, and you come out of it feeling empowered. Like, that technology literally leaves an impression on someone. So you can imagine where this might evolve into the future, where you can have these immersive forms of technology, really immersive. And imagine being able to have like a VR technology. And again, this is already existing. The people are starting to get into it, and I was looking forward to this like 10 years ago, and now it's already happening. But the idea of using virtual technology to create simulated psychedelic experiences, like, that is actually something that I am fascinated about. So imagine you put on your goggles, and imagine that visualization, it's not just like a movie file that's playing, but imagine it was actually responding to your own brain waves. Like, imagine if it was responding to your own emotional frequencies, and imagine if it was literally responding to your own thought processes. And imagine if you were actually able to take that and use that as a way to actually be able to navigate hyperspace. Suddenly, you're basically creating something very similar to like an ayahuasca experience, where people on ayahuasca, in different states, it's always different for everyone, but people will talk where they say it's very similar to almost like being in like a lucid dream for an extended period of time. time, sometimes it's kind of showing you things, but then other times you're kind of choosing things. So imagine you're kind of like in this VR headset and you're literally thinking, and again, similar to before, where you're just kind of like, okay, you know, like take me to the rainforest, you know, and then it's like, show me some of the tribes, you know, teach me about like molecular science. And it's kind of like taking you through all these different worlds, and it's expanding the rate at which we can be able to experience things that were otherwise inaccessible to us. I mean that in itself is a magical thing, where again, I think because we're so immersed in it, we kind of forget what it is that we're in. Where you think about the fact that like 100 years ago, people's bubble of the world was like, you know, maybe no more than 50 kilometers from where they were born, if that. It could be even smaller, right? They would never see another continent. They would never see, you know, like snow if they didn't live in that environment. And now in today's day and age, collectively, we are all actually able to experience all of our realities simultaneously. Literally, when you just watch videos on YouTube, it's not like you're just watching that person on YouTube. You're actually able to integrate their experience as your experience. You can almost kind of see it from this higher conscious perspective, where again, you know, nowadays it's like you think about the news and you think about that's why the news affects us so much, because from that hive mind perspective, when we watch something on the news, we experience it. So if it's just like, oh shit, you know, there was another tragedy, it's not even just news, it's actually like interfaced into our emotional perception of reality, and it affects us. And this is where, you know, this is where kind of like you can understand like why the overload of information can actually become detrimental. And this is what's happening with people. They're becoming too invested in the news, they're becoming too invested in the collective experience, that they're losing focus of their own, and they're kind of being robbed of their own, and they don't even realize it. And so it's kind of like this like really weird kind of like unintentional brainwashing. And this is where I feel like in a lot of cases, like society, where as much as we can get into the idea of like, you know, Illuminati intentional programming to keep people dumb and stuff like that, I think a lot of it is just a side effect of humans being humans. Quite frankly, like I don't even think there needs to be some sort of ulterior agenda. I think we would have done this regardless. I think this is literally us just doing what comes naturally to us from our limited degree of wisdom that we are in. We are making the wisest choices we can with the information we have. And it's not going to be until we kind of step back and kind of see the bigger picture where it's like, holy shit, you know, maybe we should change our habits. Maybe we shouldn't, you know, for us as individuals, we've already made that decision. We're like, yeah, I don't need to watch the news anymore. You know, like I can hear about it as data, but I don't have to invest myself in it quite in the same way. So again, I think as technology evolves, it really gives us the opportunity to pick and choose like how we want our soul to be able to experience this reality beyond ourselves, kind of thing, you know, and how do we interface it? So again, this is where like as like we're starting to evolve as a community, we're seeing not only our individual story, but we're seeing our collective story. We're just like, wow, that person's creating stuff, this person's creating stuff, that person's creating stuff. But as a mega organism, we're creating things as a single entity, as a community, as a consciousness, in that sense. So again, I think that's where like, you know, consciousness in itself, it exists on layers and hierarchies. You think about there's like the body of like a cell, and then there's like the body of an organism, and then there's the body of us, and then from there there's like the body of our family, and then there's the body of our community, and then there's the body of a continent, the body of a country, the body of a world. So we can kind of understand like how again like the technology in itself is naturally us as soul wanting to be able to interconnect. Like we yearn for that, but at the same time we have to understand, and I think this is the future. This is like the big moral out of this, is that as technology evolves, we will realize that it will give us access to unlimited potential, but it is up to us to be able to set healthy boundaries for ourselves in terms of being able to use that unlimited potential. Because I think the fact is that too much unlimited potential is gonna fry our circuit board. It's too much. Like there's a healthy limit to what we have to be able to give ourselves access to. Like you don't want to watch, you know, horrible things on the news every single day. Like you want to pick and choose what your spiritual diet is, what you're choosing to bring into you, what music you're listening to, what people you're bringing into your reality. So it's like we have to really pick and choose, starting right now, for everybody listening to this, how we are using our technology to support our spiritual diet, to support our our physical diet, our mental diet in that sense. So it's like everything that you're watching, everything that you're ingesting, that is becoming a part of you. So when you realize that, you start to pick and choose the things that are going to serve you in the best way possible. You start following the people on Instagram that are going to inspire you. You start connecting with the people in your community that are going to support you. You start like creating the things that are going to help inspire others, and you start contributing opposed to just consuming. And so this is what I feel is like the future of a digital community is one that functions as this like incredibly healthy organism that is encouraging people to co-create, that is encouraging people to share knowledge, and it is helping everyone move into their space of self-mastery. Like that again, that is what we are doing right here, where again, all of us have all these different perspectives, and yet we come together in this circle, and as a round table, we put our knowledge into the middle, and now suddenly everything that was once inside my head and everything that was once inside your head is now inside all of our heads. And we've suddenly just like upgraded our hard drives. We've upgraded our processing computers. So it's like, it's amazing. It's really fascinating when again, you kind of realize like we are technology in itself, and the machine technology is not that incredibly different. So we just kind of have to learn how to use it. So again, I think the future is not just what technology becomes available, but it's how we begin using it. Because I think we already have everything that we need right now to live in that utopian society if we start using it properly. So I want to be able to pass it over to either Zamara or Kaneda, to one of you guys, because I know I can see both of you just kind of like nodding along. You're just like, yes. Zamara, do you want to just say something real quick, and then I'll pass it to Caden? Sorry, I called you Kaneda as if it was like a cure or something like that. Or Caden, did you want to say something real quick, and then Zamara, it's up to you guys, because you had something to say earlier too. Okay, let me just bring up your mic. Okay, go ahead, dude. Yeah, we'll keep it.
Okay. So earlier you were talking about using technology for, increasing spirituality. So first there are three things that I thought of. And so one was that as time goes on, we're going to improve our ability to, I guess, communicate with everyone in the world. We're going to communicate faster. We're going to communicate more, in depth, more detail. And I think this instant communication, as it increases, I think it'll give us the ability to discover the one world and kind of realize we're all in it together. We're all kind of thinking the same things. Yes, it can be used for good and bad. Like, with social media, there's the rise of fake news. So, clickbaiting people to spread misinformation, that's a problem. But on the other hand, you have the ability to instantly communicate with people all over the world, and I think that's going to bring people together a lot more. Another thing is that we could, use AI to figure out everything there is to figure out about the world. And let's say we do that, we might get, you know, unsatisfying answers. And that'll put us in a place where, all we have to escape, really, once we know everything, and maybe there's not a meaning behind anything, is, through spirituality. So maybe learning that there isn't an inherent reason we're here, or, learning everything there is to learn, we'll put ourselves in a, corner, and we go, well, I guess, what now? It all depends on our morals and what we want to believe. And, maybe we should just change our perception about everything. Maybe we need to create that meaning. And beyond that, you could say we could use technology to create some sort of, heaven, or, we'd combine all the morals of everyone to create some afterlife using technology where, your physical body dies and you upload yourself onto some sort of, simulated heaven or reality, something like that. I mean, I've thought about that a few times. Yeah, I guess that's kind of my take on using technology to increase spirituality.
Bring up the mic
I
here.
don't know if anyone else has anything to say.
Yeah, man, I think that's definitely on point. And I think that's, again, kind of really fascinating, where we can kind of think about the idea of being able to create like a simulated version of heaven through like a virtual interface and stuff like that, which again, I feel like that's where we as humans, we're already spoiling ourselves, because I feel like we're already kind of dabbling with that through video games. And that's where, you know, like our sandbox video games are allowing us to play God. And that's why we're so fascinated by it. We love those games. And then in a way, it's almost like kind of desensitizing us to the magic of the world around us. We kind of become too invested in the technology, where suddenly the real world bores us. But that's only because we haven't been trained to kind of like see the magic that is already in this real world. We haven't been, you know, again, like a lot of people haven't been taught about lucid dreaming or astral projection or higher states of meditation and things like that. But again, I think it's fascinating to think about how the technology can lead more people towards those ideas, right? Like that's just think about the fact that videos can go viral. Like there are videos that have gone viral that have literally changed people's perceptions on the world. You know, you think of videos by like Jason Silva and stuff like that. You know, people love his videos, and somehow, you know, a little video like that can drastically, it changes the way we see ourselves, and it changes the way we see the world, and it's the perceptions that we carry that are so powerful. And yeah, and I'll just say this real quick, and then we'll pass it to Zamir in a second. But if there's anything else you want to say, Caden, that's fine. You know, the thing with technology that I feel just is the obvious thing is that, like, there needs to be, as I've already said, kind of like self-imposed boundaries, because too much of the technology will, I don't know what the right word is, but it would almost like diminish our humanity in a sense. Like, just for example, I'm thinking, imagine if kind of what we talked about earlier, where if you had the technology to do this, where you literally became immortal, would you actually want that though? You know, like I feel like there's parts of us that would be like, wow, that's a great idea, and maybe I want to extend my life, but I don't want to become immortal. Like, I don't want to become, you know, like I that makes us a human sort of thing. It kind of reminds me like when you play a video game and you know, you've played it once and stuff like that, and then afterwards you like unlock the cheat codes, and then you like activate God mode, and then you get like all the weapons and unlimited ammo, and you can fly over the buildings, and you have fun with it, and you do this for a while. But then sooner,
But you burn out fast.
yeah, sooner rather than later, you get bored of it, and you're just like
Yep.
this game isn't fun anymore, you know? So it's like, why did we come here as humans, right? I think that's kind of the important reflection to kind of keep in mind. And it's like, we came here to grow, we came here to go through the challenges, we came here to experience the uncertainty. So if you're just like, oh, like, man, I'm immortal now and everything like that, like maybe that would be a thing you would want to do for a while, but like, oh god, like, would you want to be immortal? Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's a huge part of the human experience to be able to die and stuff. But again, that's just kind of like one extreme. But I think again, I think it just kind of like puts on the importance of understanding like technology is something that needs to be moderated, and like any, you know, like any drug or like any vice or any habit, it needs to be moderated, and it needs to be used in moderation. Too much of it is not a great thing. Too perfect technology can actually like take away our humanity. So again, it's kind of interesting, because it's like, maybe we right now at this point in time as humans, maybe we are in this very nice sweet spot where we haven't been overrun with AI, but we're kind of like still have like our sovereignty and everything like that. Like maybe in the future it's like, you know, AI is like just like I guess it could be a parallel reality thing, where like in some cases like technology just like creates this weird dystopia, in some cases it creates a utopia. But I think, you know, the reality is always going to be kind of like the middle path, and there's always going to be sects and circles and, you know, small bubbles where technology is going to have a different relationship with different people. And I guess that's the idea, is that it's going to be a choice, right? There's going to be some souls here that are going to be like, heck yeah, I want to spend the rest of my existence in virtual reality, you know, just engaging in fascination and stuff. And then other souls will be like, yeah, okay, cool, but, you know, I want to do something else. And I guess in a lot of ways, it kind of comes down to the liberty. It comes down to our own free will of how we wish to use technology. And I would hope that we would want to use it to make not only our lives better, but make the lives of others better as well, be it through education by content we're creating, information that we're spreading that's changing lives, health, environment, food, you know, the animals. Like this is stuff that we obviously need to be able to keep in mind. So you know, like any technology that you're using today, really reflect on how is this serving me, not just how is it satisfying me, and how can I use it as a tool to be able to help shift consciousness, to be able to help other people. How can I use Facebook to organize a community event to be able to bring like-minded people together? The fact is you can. So it's like, where are we not using technology quite to its full advantage, and how can we be using it more to really be able to like hack the matrix, as I say? And that's kind of like, from my perspective, that's something that I really kind of cherish, is the idea of like, again, you look at technology as a tool, but from my perspective, I'm always kind of looking at it of like, how can we use this technology to help change the world, to help move the story forward, to help connect people, to help build community. And I think that is a beautiful question, that is, you know, one that we're literally having right here in this moment. We're experiencing it, we're living it. This is the story of it. So but yeah, Caden, pass it back to you, and I'll pass it over to Zamira. Any other thoughts that you wanted to share? By all means, go ahead, dude.
No, I'm all good. It's all Zamira.
Cool, man. Awesome. Is this an inspiring conversation for you on your end?
Oh yeah, of course.
Awesome, man. Shifting those paradigms. But yeah, no, I think it's an important one, because it's one of those things where we kind of have to step back and kind of take a look, because technology becomes so second nature. It becomes a part of us, but we have to realize, you know, like, who are we when we're not with our technology? And then once we kind of figure that out, then I think we can kind of like use technology even more so, right? So a lot of people, they have become their technology. Like, it's like they've already become Borg like, where the technology is kind of like imprinted itself into their consciousness, and they've kind of lost a piece of their humanity. Like, we're literally seeing this with cell phones and people becoming zombified and stuff like that. So like, we have to make sure that we don't get down to that point. And again, this is almost kind of like the Matrix, where you see people living in pods and stuff like that. And so very much similar to the Matrix, we kind of have to like pull ourselves out of that, but we still have to play with it in order to be able to help people as well. So we can't abandon technology, but we can utilize it. Zamir, I'm going to pass it over to you if you want to say something. I assume you do. Maybe. Zamir, do you want to say anything? Yeah? Okay, go for it.
Yeah. I just wanted to say a little bit of what you were touching on at the end, of not what you were just saying, but a little bit before, is also a concept called, you know, participatory spirituality. And I think participation is going to have a lot to do with, you know, what we see going forward in the future, because I know this just from like chatbots and things like that, that it is really dependent on, and even from people, it's really dependent on your environment, um, how you learn to express yourself, and the beliefs that you might pick up, and just your general mannerisms are always affected by your environment. So I think that it's also a matter of making it easier for people to get involved and to actually participate, not only with technology, but with each other through technology. Because um, in the spiritual community, you know, it's really downplayed a lot to be a part of this conversation, where it's like, finally people are talking about all of the good things that we can do with technology, and all of the good things that we can do just with general digital interaction alone. um, can be quite astounding, but we have to be to know that like our tools are a reflection of where we're at, on a collective level. And if we're not like, you know, right now, there is a lot of people that are using Instagram and social media for things that are quite, you know, mundane, or quite, you know, not very interesting, don't have much substance, or much longevity to them. They're kind of instant gratification. But there are a very select few who are learning that, like, holy crap, you know, we can actually turn this into a tool to achieve, you know, the unthinkable, the, and the more we nurture that, the more we learn to spread that, inspire that in others, I think it will just kind of take on a life of its own, because people are inherently good, and it's more showing them this could be used for that. You know, this could be used as a practical solution for things that within the matrix, as you would call it, have no solution. You know, most people have no idea how they could um, bring any value of their own without working for a corporation or working a 9 to 5 job. And it's like, look at what some people are able to do to pick themselves up just by starting a freaking YouTube channel. So we have a lot of power here. It's just creating the right platforms and opportunities for people to jump in and, you know, take part.
Definitely. Yeah, then that's where exactly like you're saying, like the education needs to be there, the leadership needs to be there. We need to have, you know, like us being the vanguards, showing what it can be used for. And, you know, obviously this discussion here, these types of hangouts here, more people are starting to do them, and I think that's a beautiful thing. These types of interactive broadcasts are incredibly powerful, and in particular, you know, just like the guided meditations, live guided meditations, those are incredibly powerful. And I mean, obviously, you know, we're doing them here through our channel on Sunday evenings at 9:30. For those of you who aren't familiar, you can tune in for our guided global meditations. Like, that is, again, this is where it kind of expands into the bigger idea that we didn't even touch upon this, but you know, I've talked about this before, where I think about us as humans as being an advanced form of spiritual technology. And there is technology within inside of us. Like, there is aspects to our own being that we haven't even fully begun to access yet. And this has to do with like what happens when we meditate and what happens when we project our collective focus and our intention. Like, these are natural parts. Again, you know, when I say kind of technology, it's like this body is a vehicle and it is a singular technology. This body is literally a technology for the soul. Again, kind of how we're talking about how like a phone is a technology for us, it's an extension of us. This physical body is an extension of the soul. It allows the soul to interface with this matrix, with this reality, in ways that it couldn't do. It couldn't do in a disembodied form. So now, because we have this technology, we're able to mold things with our hands, we're able to use our voice, we're able to exist in a linear fashion. And I feel that there's, again, this is where you kind of get into the idea of like our DNA activating and stuff like that. But you get into this level where it's like there are parts of our being where we are still learning what buttons to press. We are still learning what switches to flick that will actually activate other parts of our vehicle. And again, and I feel the only way that we will really reach this is through direct experience brought on by teachings and leadership, you know, brought on by creating sacred community space for people to be able to experience this. And so again, like that's where like that just when we again just I'm blown away by the fact that we get to do guided meditations, especially like good guided meditations, right? Because this is the idea of bringing ourselves into this shared inner world, and we're creating context through story, and we're creating emotional reaction, and we're creating directed intention and intentional focus, and you know, like literally changing ourselves and changing the world. I think that there's a lot there that we are just scratching the surface on. And that's why I'm so passionate about it. And that's why, again, you know, doing these meditations through the community, like we're just like, we are just getting ready for it. But again, in the same way that it's like, you know, talking about using virtual reality to connect, we have that technology inside of us, which is freaking crazy, right? And again, it's called the dream space, or we can think about it as like the internal meditative space, that deep meditative space. But again, it's like we're learning how to access it. So we're like we're using the tools outside of ourselves to teach us how to turn inside as well. So it's a very micro, you know, macro micro, like as without so within type thing. So again, you know, the fact that the like everything that and again, this is something that we talked about in the last broadcast, but I'll just hit upon it real quick because it's super key. Like everything that we are seeing that is in our physical technology is a plagiarism of our spiritual technology. And again, I use the term plagiarism kind of as just a way to say it's like an echo. So again, like eyes are like cameras, antennas are like hairs, you know, vehicles, cars, you can kind of see the metaphor for the body and the soul. And then again, the internet is literally the hive mind consciousness. And the way we use the internet is literally how we access the internal wisdom within us. It's like the physical internet that we think of today is basically like a physical version of the Akashic records. Like straight up, right? But again, it's like until that kind of clicks, it's just like, Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's like incredibly obvious. Like how did, like but somehow we need to be told that to just be like, "Okay," right? Because again, until you even know that the Akashic records is a thing, you don't really have the juxtaposition. You don't have the comparison there in the first place. So it's like it's really and again, and obviously like the ideas of like, being able to call someone on a cell phone and send messages to them. That's telepathy, right? Like it's all these things that we already naturally have that's giving us these superpowers. Like we already have superpowers, guys, and the technologies are giving them to us, but we have to make sure that those superpowers don't turn us away from our natural abilities. And they can, and they do, and they are, and a lot of people are going down that path. So let's use them to amplify our natural abilities by educating ourselves on the work that needs to be done separate from the technology, or individually, but again being used to teach about it and to talk about it through the technology. And again, just another thing that you were saying, Zamir, and I'll pass this over to anybody else. I know we got Mastodons in here, so I want to be able to give them Mastodon. Thank you for joining, man. Again, the thing that I'm really passionate about the internet in today's day and age is the sovereignty that it can bring to any individual by allowing them to be an entrepreneur. This is incredibly powerful, right? Like we are the first generation that literally has the freedom to be able to create a job that we want that allows us to live out our life passion and to live out like literally our life purpose. And again, this is obviously a very particular thing because it takes like a lot of crafting and skill and articulation and using technology in a very certain way, but it is possible. And it wouldn't really be possible without the technology, right? So it's like you become your own brand, you create your value, you share your value, you reciprocate it with the universe, you create an ecosystem, you create a relationship, and you create a sense of like financial freedom out of that. And it's a very, very powerful idea. Again, so you can just kind of see like how technology is liberating us and it's enslaving us at the same time. But again, this is the yin and yang of society, right? We've talked about this before. As more people are waking up, more people are falling asleep. And I think that's kind of a given. Again, regardless of whether or not there's any sort of like Illuminati agenda and stuff like that, I think that's just a given where you give anybody a tool and some people will use it for creation and some people will use it for destruction. It really depends on like who the individual is, right? Again, you have a sword in your hand. That sword is neutral. That sword can be used to like cut down brush and like build a house. Or it can be used to like go to war and hurt somebody and conquer, right? So it's like, how are we using the technology, right? So it's like, it's not the technology, it's us. It always comes back to us. So the more that we take care of ourselves and bring ourselves into that heart space center, the more we're able to like bring that into our relationship with our technology and to be able to constantly reflect again, like, how can this serve me? How can I use my Instagram to inspire me opposed to distract me? How can I use my YouTube to be something where I'm not just a consumer, but I'm a creator, right? How can I do this to be able to share my passion, to share my voice, and to inspire others to do the same? And that's the ripple effect that comes out of it. So, yeah, this is an incredibly exciting time to be alive right now. Like I would think that everybody tuned into this is equally, incredibly just excited about like what opportunities we have right now. But it's important for us to be able to have these conversations to put things into perspective, to just be like, my God, we are privileged. And that is another thing, right? Like if you're in the Western world right now, this is privilege. Like I hope you guys realize that there are other people out there that do not have the comfort of a house with internet access and able to share a message. So since we are privileged, let's use that privilege for purpose. Let's use that privilege to make this world a better place, quite simply. And I think that's really, and I know everybody here who's tuned into this broadcast, like we're in that shared vision. We're here because we feel that vibration, that this is beyond just kind of like an egotistical, thing. This is about being able to connect as community, to be able to find purpose and to be able to share that purpose for others. Because this world is, this is a very, very beautiful, magical world. And, it's up for us to be able to like help others see that and to invite them to help co-create it. So, but anyways, yeah. Drop some 1111s in the chat if you guys vibing with all that. Amanda, I just want to give a quick shout out to you in the chat. Thank you for the $5 donation for the super chat. Super appreciated. Yeah, you guys are awesome. And we got Mastodon in here now. Zamira, I wanted to be able to check if there's anything else you want to say. And then I think I want to be able to pass over to Mastodon in a second. I feel like Omega might have something to say. Omega, did you have something to say? I felt like wasn't sure if okay, we'll pass it over to well, let me just, okay, Zamira, I just want to pull up your microphone if there's anything else that you wanted to say before we pass it off. Go ahead.
No, you pretty much covered all of it. It's so nice to hear it from a different perspective. Finally, somebody else that's like so passionate about similar things.
Awesome.
So
Awesome. Yes, and thank you too. And actually, that one more thing that I just wanted to mention, because you mentioned it earlier, and I just wanted to hit upon the emphasis of this, is the fact that as a mega organism, technology is allowing us to become more like synchronized. Like, this is a very powerful thing, and this is something that we're observing through social media, where, you know, you might be feeling a certain way and somebody else puts up a post where like it expresses the same feelings, and you're just kind of like, oh my god, like I wasn't the only one going through that life lesson right at that time. And this is where you kind of get into the astrology, and it's like, you know, it's like, oh god, guys, like it's Mercury retrograde again, like let's all get ready for it. But we've like communicated it, and we can kind of like feel it out and stuff. But again, I think it's really cool when we use the internet to see how synchronized we already are. And that's where it's a really, really cool thing when you start looking for it. You start looking for those kind of reflections of yourself. And yeah, again, we just realize like how much like each of us we already are that hive mind consciousness, but we're just kind of playing in this individual role where, you know, it's not even so much that we think that we're not, it's just that we constantly forget that we are. So much is why we constantly have to remind ourselves that we aren't, right? Or that we are connected. We are that hive mind. So it's really beautiful. And again, and within this hyperspace, within this digital space, we kind of create this team roundtable where we kind of like put all of our ideas into like a goo, and then out of that, it's like building this bigger hive mind consciousness, which is the hive mind consciousness of the community. And then it's kind of cool, because then you get it in this like 100th monkey effect, where like as more people are even joining the community, it's like they already get it. Like they already get it before they've even stepped into it, type thing. Because it's like it's already like felt. It's like again, like what we are experiencing. This is crazy when you think about that. Like the 100th monkey effect, and this is kind of like what Byron was talking about, the idea of like DNA being passed on with memories and stuff. But it's like as we are learning things, it's literally being sent out through the hive mind, and it's being implemented into the consciousness of others. As we shift our own self, as we shift our own heart, as we bring more compassion into ourselves, it's literally implementing itself into those around us. And we can physically see this based on how we show up for our community. Again, you know, you do things like free hugs, that has an effect on people. It's a physical effect. People see it, they observe it. Like you can't have someone see you doing free hugs without them getting just a drop of like the idea of compassion being important, right? And then it's just kind of like it starts to rub off on them. So it's like as a network, again, thinking about the metaphors between digital technology and ourselves, as a network right now, we have to be very conscious and mindful and intentional as to what codes we are putting in. What codes are we putting into the network, right? And so it's like, are we putting in codes of like separation and racism and just like, you know, like patriarchy and egotistical driven ideas? It's just like, okay, you can do that. That's going to like feed the system with more of those ideas. Or do we flip the script? Do we flip the switch? Do we flip the script? Do we start putting in ideas of like compassion, unity, inspiration, sovereignty, and like notice the difference that makes? So again, from the perspective of hacking the matrix, you, the listener, everyone in the community, be very aware of what codes you are putting into the software. What codes are you running into the program, right? So like you get that option. You get that option every single day based on what you post, based on what you do as you walk out that door, based on how you connect with your community. Every single day you're interacting offline as if it is already online. Every day you're operating as if we already are that AI technology. We already are that collective consciousness. And so as we change ourselves, as a Mandelbrot fractal, as a holographic fractal, that code gets like, it spreads like a virus, right? It's viral. Like we think of the term viral in terms of viral videos or, you know, virus in the way that viruses spread, but love is viral. And that's a powerful idea, right? You think about that. Love is viral. So we just got to be the carrier of it. We got to deliver that code. We got to bring it into the matrix. So Cool. All right. I'm getting hyped. Let's pass it over. I want to be able to Mastodon. Can I pass it over to you? And let me just bring up your microphone, and then we'll pass it around a little bit more, and then we'll wrap this up in the next little bit, guys. Mastodon, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, can hear you. What's happening?
Yo, man, just having fun. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank
I'll pass the talking stick right over to you, man. I know you've been kind of active in the YouTube chat, so any ideas about this topic that you would like to bring to the discussion, and anything else that that you've heard us talk about, please feel free to do so. So go right ahead, man, when you're ready.
All right. Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it, and I love what y'all are doing, what you got going on. Respect, it's great stuff. Love it. And I loved your poem. I saw it on your little moon poem on Instagram. That was awesome.
Through the internet. Yes.
Anyway, yeah. About I got a lot I think to say about all this stuff. I'm not really sure where to start, but as far as the technology goes, Alan Watts said we create this technology to help us as a tool to unlock what we can already do on our own. So he was, in the mid 20th century, right? So he talked about, airplanes and how they could take us from one place to another, and that's and the telephone to communicate one place to another instantaneously, as an innate capability of the human body. And we're unlocking those codes in the middle of it, even telecommunicate, like telepathy, like I've had experiences on LSD where I know thinking and feeling, and we have conversations without talking, and I'm like, is this happening? And they're like, yeah, this is happening, right? And it's like, I think the technology is innately in our body. These tools we've created, the technology, it can be a distraction from true knowledge of self and true unleashing of our unlimited potential and innate capacities to be infinite beings of light and love, that we are. That's what we are. And these distractions are sold to us and we pay for them, and it's like we think we need it, but I don't think we do, in my opinion. I don't know if I'm a little older than y'all, but man, maybe I'm old school, but I don't really know. But I feel like we are the unlimited potential, the pure possibilities, and just the remembering of that can spark it, right? But to even know that, to internalize that, to have that knowledge of self, it takes work. And the cheat codes, are cool, but it's still cheating, right? So the real experience, if you earn it, you get there and you have your experience of Kundalini rising or out of body, floating around, not in your sleep, when you're awake, right? Conscious, out of body. These things happen because you're putting in the effort, right? You believe, you have the faith, and faith is a lot of it. The belief is a lot of it, right? And if we believe that we need technology to unleash our innate capacities, then we're already off track, I think, in my opinion. That I don't want to keep rambling, but I guess that's a good start. I don't know if anybody else has something they want to say or.
Sure.
Word, man. Oh, I'm just gonna pull down your audio because I get the echo from you. But yeah, no, man, that's good. Thank you for sharing. And again, I think it's just really key, that idea of thinking of how I love that idea of thinking about how technology has made the world a smaller place, kind of thing. Again, when we just think about the idea of how airplanes suddenly made the world smaller, and then it's trains made it smaller, and now internet's it's made it even smaller. So it's the next thing that's going to make it smaller is like you guys being able to like holographically project inside my living room or something like that, and vice versa sort of thing. Or again, it's kind of like we take it to that next level where it's like we're sharing the virtual space together, and then it comes even like, you know, it's the size of like ones and zeros at that point. It all goes inner and stuff. But yeah, no, man, I think you're hitting upon all the key things that we've been hitting, you know, theme wise within this broadcast. Yeah, and again, you know, we'll get more into the topic of psychedelics and them as a technology in the future broadcast, because like that again, like that is a thing in itself. Because, you know, when I was prior to this broadcast, you know, I was talking about that idea of listening to some Terence McKenna, and again, he specifically uses the idea of like a consciousness expanding tool, right? And so from that idea, psychedelics can be thought of as a consciousness expanding tool, again, when used with the right intention. And so it's like, as technology evolves, how can we intentionally use it as a consciousness expanding tool? So it's like, again, it's not the tool itself, it's how you use it. So yeah, again, just kind of all key things. But yeah, man, I appreciate you sharing your voice and everything. Is there anything? Go ahead, dude, go for it. Yes.
You brought that up. You know, I've done ayahuasca a couple times. I've done DMT way too many times to count, and same with LSD, right? But I've meditated before any of that. I went to Japan when I was 20 and studied abroad there, and whatever. I lived there and got introduced to Zen and meditation, and so I was a meditator before I did these psychedelics and entheogens, like Terence McKenna calls it. You know, entheo is God and gen is substance. So there are the substances that help us to realize the God within us that we are, right? That, but, but, but as far as it goes, when you're having these experiences, surrender has always been the most important thing for me. Like my intention, prayer, ceremony, you know, it's not for shits and giggles. Sometimes it's not. But if you set the intention, make it a ceremony, you know, pray, incense, be alone, not surrounded by people drinking or alcohol, and be in the woods, you know, on a mountaintop, you can have, you know, religious, spiritual experiences. But it involves surrendering. Like if you think you're in control, if we think we're in control, you know, DMT, one of the first times that, you know, I tried to control it, and she let me know that I was not in control. And it was hard, and it was traumatic almost, you know, until I surrendered. And once I gave away the control, or the idea that I have any control, I released that and surrendered to it. Then, you know, the lotus unfurled, and I got to see what the DMT wanted to show me. But that doesn't happen if you think that you're in control, or that you're driving this car. You know, it's like you're the you know, the controller. You know.
Yeah, man.
You know, it's a weird thing, but anyway, I just wanted to say that as far as we were going about meditation.
Yeah.
You know, those are tools. Tools are good, but the real work, you know, we have to put in work. You got to earn your stripes. You don't just get to have knowledge of self and just have it. Maybe you do, you know, that wasn't my experience. Maybe some people can, you know, just have some epiphanous moment and they get to have that. You know, that wasn't the way my path went, which anyway.
Yeah, dude, thank you for sharing. That's, again, you know, kind of like dabbling into the sacred realms, and just kind of being able to put it into words is always fun. The thing that you were saying there, though, like the idea of intention, I think that in itself is, again, like something we need to really keep in mind in relation to, again, in the same way, if you're working with a psychedelic tool, it's a psychedelic entheogen, you show up with intention, and that is what determines what the trip will reveal to you. And so it's like, how much are we actually thinking about the intention that we are bringing with us into how we use technology? Like, again, literally, when you open up your Instagram, I'm asking, like, you, the audience, what is your intention? what is your intention? Like, are you literally just being like, hey, I'm just gonna, like, look for something to hopefully entertain me? Or are you opening with the idea of like, sweet, I'm opening this to be able to see like infinite reflections of myself and to be able to understand more about the shared journey that we're on? Or as a creator, you would open it up with the intention of being like, sweet, I'm going to make a post today that is going to be like a reflection of my spirit, with the intention to be able to give out a certain message to inspire people or to direct them towards a call to action or something like that. So like the intention that we bring with us into our relationship with technology is so important, and I think that's just something that we just aren't thinking about enough on a daily basis. And I think like the more that we do that, the more that we reflect on our intention, the more that we'll be able to dramatically change our relationship with it. Because I think at times we'll kind of catch ourselves from falling into that zombified kind of like repetitive automatonic state of just being like, da, 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 I'm just doing it to like, disconnect sort of thing. Whereas like we should be using it to connect, right? So it's kind of weird how, again, technology can be used as a form of integration or a form of escapism. It can be used to connect, or it can be used to disconnect. Again, just kind of all depending on how we use it. Yeah. Go ahead.
I love it. If so, technology and connection with self, I think, are different, right? Like if I'm connecting with my reflections, like we're all reflections. I'm you, you're me, we're us, right? Like, so we're all one. I can connect with you, cyberspace. I can see all these beautiful people and their words and the beautiful messages. Um, or you can use it to go look at someone you think is sexy and be in your root chakra, and it's not in your heart, right? You can be low frequency. You use a lower frequency. So yeah, it's up to us to choose to stay in a righteous place, in a good place, and use the technologies in a good way, in a respectful way, in a righteous way. If you're watching porn on it, you're losing yourself and your soul to this technology, and people don't really realize the ramifications of what you're doing. That AI, I'm convinced porn is AI. It's like a demonic AI, and it's out to like, so if you open up your browser and you turn it on, it's got you, and you lost. You're losing the spiritual battle. And this is, like, I'm not trying to like chant down Babylon. I'm here to build up Zion. It's time that we find a new way to move and be in the world, like Terrence McKenna says in one of his talks. The time is now, and if we keep, it might be too late if we don't do it, and we do it now.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, that's kind of like an interesting thing to think about, the idea of how kind of like lower vibrational entities or like pockets of consciousness are kind of they themselves even exist within the technology and the cyberspace and things like that. Yeah, it's kind of like
everywhere.
It's kind of a peculiar. It's kind of an interesting conversation when you think about that, like how, again, like these kind of like quote unquote demons, again, I'm quote unquote demons, are kind of like always trying to look to like suck our energy. But again, I think they themselves are just kind of like a part of the level that the soul is going through, that are there to help train us to refine our will in a lot of ways. But they themselves almost function as like a gravitational abyss, and if some people aren't strong enough or they haven't been trained well enough, they can kind of get sucked into that, right? And so it's like it's again, it's kind of weird how, yeah, you can see, like, again, the internet in itself is literally a reflection of the collective hive mind of consciousness, which means it has like the best of the best and the lowest of the lows. It has the full spectrum. Again, it's all kind of quote unquote like neutral, so to speak, but again, it does have like the full gamut of everything, which again is very much like Babylon had like, like this the highest wizards, but also like the most debauchery at the same time. So it's like where you choose to kind of position yourself within this kingdom is very important, and you can kind of pick and choose which doors to go into, sort of thing. And I just wanted to say one thing as we get close to wrapping up this broadcast, and I want to be able to pass the talk and stick around, and anybody else just adding in some final closing thoughts for the viewers and for us as a community. But again, you know, really encouraging everyone to think about the ideas of how technology can actually be there to assist us and make our lives better and make us more efficient at being able to like manage our projects, to be entrepreneurs, to be able to create our art, to be able to manage our time better. So this is where, you know, for everyone in this, like, think about that. Like, do you have, like, maybe you want to get better at meditation? There are a million apps out there to be able to assist with meditation, right? And so, like, suddenly the app becomes an assistant. It becomes a helper. It becomes an extension of consciousness that is literally just there to be able to be like, hey, you know, like, reminder to meditate, and here's like some soothing music to be able to help assist you with that for those who feel that they would benefit from it. So go ahead, Matt, if you're a Mastodon, if you wanted to say something.
Yeah, just I want everybody to get a chance, and I want to pass the talking stick. But what we? Oh man, I just lost
the meditation apps.
Yeah. I started meditating in the 90s, right? Like, I didn't even have a cell phone. There wasn't any app to use. There was nothing, right? And people have been doing it for thousands of years. It's ancient art, right? You don't need music. You don't need apps. You don't, you know, some mushrooms might help, sense deprivation, some lights. Maybe, you know, if you have some music, you know, it can help. If it helps cool your mind, but all you need is stillness and the will and the intention to have knowledge of self. And you say, I just would say a prayer, sit in the darkness and be still, you know, and the mind will have its ego, demon, little things, whatever you want to call them, and it'll try to get in there. It'll give you an itch, you know. But I was in Japan where they're clinical. Like, if you move, I was sitting in a monastery, and if you even think about moving, you're going to get slapped, right? You don't move. You do not move. You do not think. You be still. And if you can't do it, then you be still longer. And if you still can't do it, then you be still longer until, you know, you reprogram yourself to be still. And then the knowledge of self can sort of come through, and you can pop out of your body or go, you know, whatever happens, have a Kundalini rising experience. And, you know, it's electric, orgasmic energy flowing voltage through your body. These things happen, and you don't need technology. I just want to make sure that that's clear to all of us. Like, it's good. The technology can help. It can also harm. It can suck you in and distract you, and totally you can get lost in it, which is what most people do, you know. But if you're righteous or pure and have the, you know, the intention to learn, you're still just learning things. You're not getting knowledge of self through technology, you know. And I haven't known any of the technology except, like I said, you know, mushrooms and LSD and DMT sort of gave me a little bit of knowledge of self, but it still was, that was after I was sitting and being still and had the desire to cultivate my consciousness and my knowledge of self.
Totally, man. Totally. Yeah. And again, yeah, you're right. Important reminders there. And I think, like, again, like, yeah, if we can do the meditation thing without the apps and stuff, awesome. But at the same time, I think when you look at the story that we're living in, a lot of people are constantly trying to overcome the programming that has already kind of been like worked into them over the past 5 years, which is the one heavily based on habits fueled by distraction, or you know, just fueled by kind of like feel, you know, it helps, it can help for us to be able to gently unplug ourselves from the matrix. But again, sometimes it's like the best thing to do is obviously just like get out into the woods and chuck your phone into a lake. If you have that option, that's always a good one. But again, you know, like if you, in the midst of the hustle and bustle, if you have that app on your phone that lets you to meditate during the bus ride to work, you know, it's there for you to use it if you want to be able to use it. So again, it's amazing, because again, it's like the technology here in front of us really puts us in a place where we need to be able to reflect on how we are using it, you know? what are we using our technology for, and how can we be using it better, right? Like even simple time management things. There's a simple app. I encourage people to look up an app. It would either be called like a Pomodoro, 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 or called like Focus Timer is one that I have. And again, this is a very simple app based on a very simple idea where it basically has a 25-minute timer and then like a 5-minute timer for a break. And basically you set it as you're working, and then you work on something for like 25 minutes, and then you get the ding that says like 5 minutes, take a break, and then you go take a break, and then you stretch, you exercise, and then you come back and you go back to work. This method is like scientifically proven to actually increase productivity. Because we as humans, we're not actually meant to like sit down and work on things for like 5 hours straight. We're just not, we can, but it's not actually in the best productive method. So it's like this little assistant, which is literally just a timer, it could drastically affect your productivity in a lot of ways. But yeah, again, this conversation has been really enlightening, just for all of us to be able to just kind of like, again, take a step back, kind of get a bigger picture on what technology is now, where it might be moving in the future, what our relationship is with it, and again, how the discussion of like AI is also kind of reflecting on how we see ourselves and how we understand like what it means to be conscious and aware and everything like that. So yeah, no, I just want to be able to thank everyone for being a part of this discussion. And I'd like to be able to direct this towards the conclusion by just passing the talking stick around and giving everyone here a chance to add any closing ideas and thoughts that they would like to bring to the circle. And we'll wrap it up within the next little bit. So just checking in. Mastodon, was there anything else that you wanted to say? And then we'll pass it around from there. If there's any.
Bless the journey, respect. Much love to all y'all, and blessings on your journey. Thank you for having me, and I love what you're doing, and love to be involved in further discussions.
Awesome, man. I'm glad the internet brought us together, and now we're here. So again, the synchronicity of it. So awesome. Thanks, man.
Respect.
And again, just kind of like one more thing I'll just kind of say and passing it over to somebody. Put their hand up next. Who wants to go next? Just give me some like spirit fingers. Byron, you're next. The one thing that I really just want to hit home here is the idea that technology is sacred, and just like really let that sit in, right? Because like if it's here in existence, if it's an expression of ourself, of our soul, then that in itself would lead us to the idea that it is sacred, right? So it's like kind of, yeah, just really understanding a little bit, just really kind of shifting the way we kind of think of our technology. We've been brought up into it, and it's become second nature, and we just expect it to be there. But it's like, holy crap, like this has been like millions of years of evolution that's kind of got us to this point and given us this ability and given us this privilege and given us this freedom. Like that is a very, not only sacred thing, but even just in its very essence, regardless of how we use it, the technology is sacred because we are sacred and it is an extension of us. So at least just one way of looking at it. Okay, Byron, I'm going to pass over to you, and let me just pull your microphone up. And yeah, man, I know we could talk about this for like another like 10 hours, obviously. But Byron, any thoughts and slash closing thoughts that you would like to share? Go right ahead, dude.
I got to talk about Grey Goo, but on a positive note, it's I'll talk about Grey Goo first. I'm sorry. Grey Goo's negative. I want to leave with a positive note if I can remember it. But with Grey Goo, I was going to tell you it's basically nanobots that are become self-aware and take over the planet and then cause everything to melt and disappear and dissolve. And you ask yourself why and how could this ever happen? Either they go rogue, like I had mentioned before, and didn't go into further detail what happens after, or we actually choose to do this. I mean, we're pretty wasteful creatures, compared to the other animals. We don't have a lot of balance, so maybe we are better off living in a virtual environment, entirely catered to this reality as much as possible. But I'm wondering if in the future, artificial intellects, will allow humans to even live as much as we do right now. Like maybe just like Amish and few people will be living organic lives, but with Grey Goo, when this could happen, it's an end of the world scenario, but it's just the actual beginning of a new universe, and it's theoretically what happened with the Big Bang. Because if you look at the multiverse itself, it looks like a dendrite, or it looks like dendrites and brains, and you know, if you think about it in correlation, we already make things alive through our technology. You look at a hummingbird, it beats its heart 200 plus times a minute. You look at a human, it's 60 to 90 times per minute on average. You look at a blue whale, it's once every 30 seconds. It beats its heart. And if you look at a city, an entire city filled with people, it beats its heart, you know, twice a day. And that's what it should do mathematically. And it does physically with 9 to 5 rush hour traffic. And it's all kind of fascinating. The Big Bang Theory, where there's absolutely nothing seemingly going on, leads up to now. You know, when there's like this ultimate light of knowing so much that's going on, and this exponential trend. It's you know, because at the beginning it's so slow you don't even notice, but you can't neglect it. It's all the things are lining up to have this have happen. Our technology isn't here. It's, you know, it's the thought. The materialism was always here. And what was I going to leave at a positive note? I wanted to tell you something, man. It's like it got me. It always makes me happy to think about. We're talking about technology. We're talking about people. Snap. Well, I guess that's it for now. I'm sorry.
Was it something? Let me just bring up my microphone here. What was it, like another version of Grey Goo that you were going to talk about? Was it related to Grey Goo, that in a positive way?
It's yeah.
If it comes back, just let us know, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna write it down next time it comes. It's gonna come to me in like 30 seconds, I think. So
Okay.
let everyone else go.
Okay. We got room to pass it back to you as need be. So that's totally cool, dude. All right, thank you, Brian. I really appreciate listening to you talk, man. It's beautiful. Awesome. All right. Okay. Who wants to go next? Just give me some hands up on screen. All right, Omega. We'll pass it over to you next. Let me just bring up the microphone. So yeah, again, man. Any additional thoughts, closing thoughts? Go right ahead, dude.
Can you hear me? Okay. Let's see. I don't even know where to start because I started writing so many notes, but I'll just jump in. I was thinking about the idea for this AI. I'm coming across this big predominant thing, and it's really tied to the fact it's a pattern I've seen everywhere. I mean, just for forever, to be honest. It's the biggest part is where if we're going to expand through anything, we're going to have to actually lose the current state of idea or limits. And I like to call this the human mindset. That's what I call it. And what people are doing within, I would say, using technology to even want to expand further than that, you're going to have to want the intent that you can do that. That's something way outside of your ideal plan. So not saying it's not impossible, but I know already that it's possible. So in the same sense, if anything that you wanted to do to get you further along with what you're able, stem yourself through using any kind of technology, your intent wouldn't even grasp anything further. So I just wanted to put this out there because it's not only that I see that we're still only expressing this one aspect of being. We're still, if we're going to expand and create something new, we got to really dip to something new that's different. So different that it's actually what holds the fear. In a sense, we can be so much, but we're still holding on to this one thing. And this one thing holds all the laws, all the limits, all the barriers. You know what I'm saying? If we thought of it, I just wanted to put the idea, would you just go without knowing? If you knew so much and you still didn't know what to do, would you forget it all to experience something new? In the same sense, if you knew so much and you still couldn't articulate, you would still not know enough because it would still keep you back from trying something new. Nonetheless, because you know it, right? If you know a certain aspect of what you're going to do, every point, how are you going to create something new is what I'm saying. if we're going to create some utopia, we got to do things that nobody's even thinking of. I think we can't think anymore, is what I'm saying. After you getting yourself in a certain place, a place that you think you got yourself acclimated, you've done the things that you made, put it into place more like a save point, and go. Now, what that actually brought me to was because AI was supposed to be the topic, so I had a perspective where AI is sort of supposed to be a holding point, and it holds your knowledge until we can transfer it into moving, flowing openly. This is what I call open source energy. So we can't even do that if we can't do it with ourselves. So that's why the AI would be utilized to actually hold that. So far, it's been doing okay with doing those many things, but we're still looking forward to the answers of this thing being the source of everything that we go forward with. Nonetheless, I know many people, this can definitely help out as we go along. For those that are adept and able to do things like this on a normal basis, of course, should be sort of pushing the foreground, pushing the limits. If they gotten there within their body, I would say I'm at a point where I've done certain things, but I haven't shown it. And nonetheless, I have to tune my body still consistently utilizing it. I just haven't figured enough reason to do it. More so, not to say I'm any different than anybody else or better. It's more so about the experience. For the most part, what I'm talking about though is if you like traveled, no. What I'm talking about is the fact that with AI, the reason why we actually shouldn't know things is because the energy would be traveling with us. And if with an energy, knowledge is traveling with us. So therefore, if we can get it to that point, we would have to be doing it ourselves first, and then we're basically traveling with it ourselves. Like if you think of like a universe in a sense, it moves with everything. But for the most part, not too many things are moving that well. We got checks and barriers, boundaries, because we wouldn't even be able to articulate what it would be like in that sense. I call this chaos. We couldn't handle chaos right now, and that's what technology is being used now for, to get to those points, guiding us along, giving us remembrance of ourselves. So like if we have that intent, go ahead. Oh, okay. So if we have the intent firsthand to utilize, I don't know what, a robotic arm, and it gives you the neurotransmitters to tune to your mind or your brain to learn how to use your arm again, and then you take those things out after a certain time. Most people are going to be like, no, this feels way too good. You know what I'm saying? Nonetheless, this is sort of how drugs were used. This feels way too good, and I don't know if I can operate without it. So what I see, me, just from my point of perspective, not saying nothing bad can go wrong or nothing good can be used of the technology, but I see it as a hindrance more than anything. We already have AI operating on a constant basis. We've already got it within ourselves, but for the most part, if we're looking at technology as a thing, as a separate thing, and we're still focusing our intent to build it, we're just going to regurgitate the same thing and be in the same place right now. It was just the idea, though. Of course, I got many more tied to this, but I don't want to take up too much of the stream. Yeah, true. Go ahead.
Cool, man. That's good, man. I enjoy listening to you. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, is there, like, keeping in mind this is like closing thoughts? Any additional closing thoughts that you want people to walk away from this from, leading it back to like self mastery or anything?
I think the most closest. Oh yeah. If we really want to go somewhere, we're gonna have to let go. We're gonna have to let go. I mean, you can still use the things you're using, but like when you're using it, allow it to go through. Like accept
Yeah.
it, really absorb it. Go with, accept it as you, first, foremost. This one is not different from what you were able to do. um, Nonetheless, that's about it. Yeah, real
Yeah.
simple though.
Yeah, I think that's key, man. And I think, like the idea of that just kind of reflects on what any healthy relationship should be like. It should be one of, synergy opposed to codependency type thing. So it's like you can use something without being attached to it. So it's like kind of letting go of it, but still picking it up if you need to, but then using it for a higher purpose would be kind of like one way I'm seeing that. So does that kind of echo what you're talking?
A little bit, yeah. Like I said, I have many more things that this transitions to, but yeah, it's definitely ties within.
Cool, man. Sweet, dude. All right, well, dude, thank you again for adding to this. And yeah, obviously, like, this totally could just like branch out into so much more. So yeah,
True.
many more conversations to be had. So cool, man. All right, well, thank you again for joining, dude. Appreciate you being here.
Yep.
All right, so with that said, we'll just kind of we'll go around the talking stick, just with everybody else who's here. So we got Caden and we got Actualist. Actualist, did you want to go next? If you want to say something, and then we'll do Caden if that works. And let me just bring up some microphones here. There we go. Actualist, can you hear us? Okay. Let me just double check. Actualist, we got your microphone up. Can you hear us? Okay. I'm not getting audio through your end, and it is unmuted, so I'm not exactly sure what the cause of that might be. Whether maybe your headphones might just need to be plugged in and replugged in again. If you want to give that a go real quick, we can always just pass it over to Caden for a second, and then we'll get it back to you. So, Caden, are you cool if I pass it over to you? Is that cool? Closing thoughts? Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so Caden, go ahead, man. Talking stick is in your hands. Closing thoughts.
So just closing up, I just want to say thank you so much for having me. Forward to the next one on psychedelics. When did you say that was going to be?
So Destiny School is always the last week of each month. So whatever the last Thursday is of December. Yep.
Okay, awesome. So looking forward to that. It was really awesome hearing what all of you guys. And again, just thank you. This is really cool what you guys are doing.
Awesome, man. I'm glad you joined it. And you said like you were linked in through here from like Reddit or something. Was that?
Yeah, Reddit.
Sweet.
I was part of the Psychonaut community.
Perfect. Awesome, man. Well, yeah, we'll have to put up some posts to the Reddit Psychonaut community as we get closer to that broadcast as well. So yeah, just kind of slowly expanding as an organism. So not nice and gentle, nice and intentional. So cool, man. And yeah, and any takeaways from this broadcast related to the themes of like AI and technology that you're taking with you? Any things that stood out to you?
I guess it all depends on your perception of what the soul is and what really transcends the physical boundaries, and what keeps moving on to building character, I guess. And so I've never really thought about that as specifically as I did tonight. So it was really interesting to think about that.
Cool, man. Awesome. Well, thank you again for being here, man. It's always always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Cool. All right, so checking back in, it looks like Actualist might he might be rejoining in the next second, so we'll just give him an opportunity if he does jump back in. Otherwise, just thank you to everyone for being a part of this broadcast. Again, we got lots of people still in the live chat. I think this was this like a 4-hour broadcast? I wasn't even keeping track of time for this one. Yeah, Amanda, I know you're in the live chat. If you even want to just like share any closing gratitude, please feel free. She says, love you all, sweet dreams, shifters. Yes, and again, thank you to Zamara, who was in here earlier. She had to head out. And thank you again to everyone for being a part of this simply by tuning in wherever you are and whenever you are through the magic of technology. Woo! It's magic, right? Because again, you know, that's kind of one thing that we didn't really hit upon, but that idea of like in the future, science would be indistinguishable from magic, or technology would be indistinguishable from magic. That's kind of a very fascinating idea. And another thing that going back to even what Omega was saying, this was like actually a quote from Einstein, if it may be slightly altered, but it's basically the idea that a new type of thinking is essential if mankind is to survive and move into a higher level of existence. And that was by Einstein from like way back. So again, you know, I think it's not just what we're creating, but it's like how we are creating it. And I think the more we kind of like bring in the conscious self-awareness, that's going to allow us to kind of create some amazing tools in the future. And that's already what's happening, right? Like that's kind of leaving this on an optimistic point of view. Like the fact is that there's a lot of programmers and creators and, you know, technological innovators out there who are consciously aware, who are creating a lot of amazing pieces of technology that are, you know, popping up here and there, and hopefully are kind of, you know, infiltrating their way into the mainstream. But it's up to us to kind of like also keep our eyes out for all of those little gadgets and gizmos out there on the internet that are probably, you know, just waiting to be utilized by more of us in terms of helping, you know, use it as a tool for conscious expansion personally and collectively. So yeah, my takeaways on this, I think again, can AI have a soul? I think I don't know, man. Like I think the potential is there to again kind of create some kind of antenna where a degree of a soul could inhabit a biological vehicle. I just feel like that could happen. But at the very least, it could invite consciousness to be able to experience itself through some sort of artificial antenna kind of model, which is kind of what I was talking about earlier. But I think again, you know, there's a lot of different ways to look at this. I do feel very optimistic about the future, but that's also based on the perspective that it's only going to change based on the fact that we are going to be responsible for that change. So all of this optimism comes with a sense of responsibility and a sense of duty. And again, you know, I think just being able to bring more awareness to who we are on an individual level is going to be able to help us shift how we relate to the technology. So the more self-aware we are, the more aware of how that relationship is being evolved independently based on, you know, how you use it on a day-to-day life. So really encouraging you, the listener, to think about that. Is your technology serving you, or is it just satisfying you? And it can be both, right? So just kind of keep that in mind and encourage yourself to kind of shift your habits, shift your paradigms, shift your routines, and yeah, and really show up with your technology as a sacred tool with intention to be able to help use it to make a difference in people's lives. Even if it's just like sending a message to a friend and just like expressing, you know, compassion, or again, putting up an inspirational Instagram post, or expressing your soul. Like your internet point is literally a hologram of your soul expression. So how you choose to express it, just even if there isn't an audience, even if it's just purely for the sake of self-expression, use it in that way as a way to be able to help you evolve. See how you show up through that process of self-expression. That's one of the things that I'm very passionate about, is being able to like see how technology is evolving to be able to evolve the way in which we tell stories, in the ways we create media, and the ways we connect as community. Those are some of the things that I'm very fascinated by. So again, shout out to Actualist. His cell phone battery was running low, so he gives lots of his love as well. And shout out to Ashley as well. I can see her in the live chat. So yeah, in conclusion, thank you everyone for being here. This is another amazing broadcast. Let the inspiration from this continue to be integrated into how we see the world, how we see ourselves, and allow it to be, you know, food for thought as we continue to have more of these paradigm shifting discussions with people in our community, with our families, with our friends, with strangers at a bus stop. You know, go up to a stranger and just be like, what are your thoughts on AI, right? You never know. So, wrapping this up, I just want to remind people that they can tune in for more broadcasts through here on youtube.com/Skull Babylon every Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The next one following this will be a regular team roundtable, and we'll figure out the topic for that a little bit closer to the actual broadcast. We kind of like dial it in with the forecast of consciousness, and stay tuned for our regular guided meditations or guided global meditations on Sundays at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Again, all the past broadcasts are on my YouTube channel. You can also go to live.paradigmshiftcentral.com to find the MP3s as well. And you can also find the MP3s at Paradigm Shift Radio on iTunes. Again, a huge reminder and thank you to the people supporting on Patreon. If you really enjoy what our community is doing, the value that we're creating, the sacred digital space that we're creating, that anybody can join, please feel free to contribute at the team Patreon for a monthly micro donation of just $3 to $10 and get your shifter booster kit. Awesome tools to help you assist with the shift in consciousness. And you can also submit single donations. That is equally appreciated. We got a decent amount of funds to be able to help cover coming up for the community. So if you want to be able to contribute to that, please feel free, such as getting some new supplies, such as I got some free hug signs that I got to be able to order. And then, of course, there's always team shipping. But again, the team Patreon is a huge help for all of that is taking place. So we're currently at 161 active donators and about 912 per month monthly earnings. So thank you again, everyone. It's an incredible honor to be able to show up as a team, to be able to create the value and again, moving the story forward is essentially what it is that we're doing. So reminder, you can follow me on Instagram at Mystic Spider-Man. Follow me there for the digital, the inspirational posts that I put up on a regular basis through the technology, right? It's a little window into our world. But again, I love being able to use technology to move the story forward, to call people into action, to create connections with purpose, to plant seeds for inspiration. So thank you for your attention in this broadcast. It's greatly appreciated, and thank you for bringing us along with you on your journey of self-discovery as you continue to level up within this game. So to all the shifters out there, to all the light guardians out there, much love. The journey continues with the love that you share, so bring that shift with you. And I'm just gonna unmute the people's microphones. Byron, because you are still in here and I want to be able to check, was there any, I just want any gratitude you want to express before you wrap this up, and based on the fact that you said there might have been something else that you were going to mention before we close this off, did you want to say anything?
I mean, this could be a big brother approach, or it could be like the God approach, but the gray goo thing, again, I'm sorry, I keep getting deterred from actually talking about what happened. Like, these nanobots will be able to dissolve the planet. It would go to the sun, it'd take over Venus, Mercury, Mars, and just make that dissolve and envelope the sun where you wouldn't let any light or energy escape. Or it would impregnate the sun, and it just would give a birth to like just pure knowledge and like creativity and everything. Things that we aren't able to do with our little petty meat hands. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's something more out there. And this, I think there's going to be such an astonishing awakening once we have our minds uploaded in computers, that you're going to be able to talk to yourself. Yourself will automatically be able to access the hive mind or Google or whatever it's called, short-term memory, and it'll be able to talk back to you and give you guidance. And you're talking about AI assistance. That to me is like, it's everyone's own personal Jesus. That's all it is. Like you'll be able to, and that's if you stay in your organic body. That's just one way of looking at it. But we're gonna have so much more clarity, and I don't know what it's like. It's clarity right now. We have transparency, and we're seeing the governments fall apart. There was a quote from I think Ronald Reagan or something. I don't like him as a president, but he said something like, if you let the government fall apart for 3 weeks, people wouldn't miss it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think with farm bots and trading and everything, we're going to come up with a fair currency or no currency whatsoever to just make it obsolete. I think the new form of currency in the future will be just art. That's my hope. But I don't know what's going to happen, and none of this is guaranteed. We don't know what's actually going to happen. And that's part of it too. Find your freaking niche. Your niche grows into a root, which then expands into a new form. Search engines were a niche. Look at Google. Programming. There's so many different programming niches. If you want to do anything, Like I got my best friend is a doctor in linguistics. He's a professor, and it's hard for him to find a job, but he's starting to learn programming, and I'm just so excited for him to teach machines to talk. Like if that's what he's going to go into, and it's if you want to do anything, to it's not about money, but if you want to be able to make money and live comfortably, go into programming. That's the way of the future. That's the way it's going to be. All right, I'm done. Thank you so much for letting me talk.
Thank you, Ryan. Man, yeah, again, like I know we're just like right at the end, but it's just like, oh, so many ideas that we can get deeper into, and I love the idea of just like using technology to be able to create a form of hyper intelligence within the individual, because like in addition to reading things off of a screen, imagine if we actually had the technology like kind of like an external hard drive hooked up right to our brain or something similar that could literally just like access information on the spot. So you wouldn't have to type it into your phone or type it into your computer, but you could literally just pull up information on the spot. You could be learning about things in the background as you're like managing other tasks. Again, it's kind of it's crazy because it's like giving us access to like our fifth dimensional self through the augmentation of technology. It's very, very powerful. But yeah, I think one step at a time. And again, I think finding that balance between making sure that we're still connected with nature and not losing ourselves in the abyss of like the temptations that technology puts in front of us, right? And I think that will kind of be the thing, is that there will be times where technology will constantly be tempting us with these beautiful things, and we kind of have to be able to be like, okay, what's the best way I can carry this, if at all? So yeah, again, I think it all comes back to personal responsibility, and a lot of that is going to be made even better based on our own personal awareness. So but yeah, very cool ideas, man. Awesome. Well, again, I've appreciated everybody being here and sharing the ideas. So I'm just going to bring everyone's microphone up and we will wrap this up. And again, for anybody looking to connect further with the team, join us in the team Discord chat, tinyurl.com/paradigm shift chat. The link is in the YouTube info, and you guys can connect with each other there. So again, if you're looking to connect with people who you heard in this broadcast, join us in the team Discord chat and you'll be able to just connect with us there. You can just be like, hey, who's that person who was talking about that stuff? And either myself or someone else will just tag that person and you can be able to connect with us. So it's very easy that way. So Mastodon, you're welcome to join our team chat as well. I'll make sure you get the link through Instagram as well. And yeah, people can share their Instagram there through the team Discord chat. So again, mission accomplished. Good job, everyone. This has been another inspirational and exciting broadcast, and I look forward to being able to do more with us as a team. And yeah, this is just one part of a bigger story as we continue to become self-aware and bring that action out with us into the world to be able to help others engage with these very important discussions. And again, just bringing it back to love, bringing it back to compassion, bringing it back to self-awareness and self-mastery. So with that said, bringing up the outro audio. Thank you everyone for being a part of this broadcast, and for all the shifters and light guardians out there. Until next time, keep it shifty, and we'll see you guys in the future of technological advancements and all sorts of fun stuff. Inviting everyone here to say goodbye, say goodnight, guys. Send them some love. So go ahead, guys. They can hear you. Send some love.
Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Thank you again. All right.
Good talk.
Good job, team. Good job. GG. GG. All right. The game continues. Much love, everyone.
That was awesome.